Let's get this cracking. What's good, man? How you guys doing today? Good morning, and welcome. Happy Monday. All right, we got it. What's good, y'all? Happy Monday. Oh man, what a fucking morning. Oh, I need to take a nap. Shit. I wake up so very early. By the time it's time for me to go live, I done been up for 5 hours. So I'll be a little winded sometimes. All right. Okay, we got everything put together. What up, Lux? What's good with it, y'all? How y'all doing? Public is that page that says cam up. Your page on TikTok too? No? Cam up is funny though. Thanks, Carly. Yeah, it's tough. You didn't get notifications on TikTok or Facebook. Interesting. It's this show, man. Oh man, I can't wait to talk about this. I'm excited. Masculinity is toxic. I've talked about this a lot. Yeah, they're cool. I know who they are, but it's not my page though. Masculinity is toxic. I just saw some funny shit, man. It's crazy. It's really hilarious. I gotta read y'all something. I'm gonna read you something that I just saw right now. This man said, a masculine man has his quote unquote own world, and he never plays a supporting role in a woman's quote unquote own world, which you didn't need to say that, just it will be a woman's world. This is why quote unquote alpha women and quote unquote boss babes and quote unquote boss bitches and quote unquote career women struggle with attracting masculine men for serious intimate relationships, because they want a masculine man to follow their program instead of her following his, and he is not going to do that. but he will tolerate her behavior for a free hours for recreational sex purposes. So I think he meant a few hours, right? Now, I want to be clear. Oh, sorry. Thanks, Lux. So I want to be clear. Masculine men, this is when I say this, I want you guys to understand why I'm saying this. I'm telling y'all uh that I'm not making this stuff up, right? I'm not making this stuff up. Men talk about masculinity in this way. This is not what I think. I want you guys to understand something. I have never thought about the concepts of masculinity and femininity before a year ago. Nani. I'm not lying. Like, I never gave any serious, I knew what the words meant, but I'm talking about the ideals. I've never, ever, before the age of 40, I never thought about masculinity or femininity. Ever. Not to any real serious extent. Never in my life. So I am literally learning all of this, like what men I'm literally like learning a lot of this stuff in real time, like what men as a group, you know what I'm saying, what they actually think about the concept of masculinity, right? What up, Lady Q? So when I'm seeing this stuff, I'm like, I'm not shocked by it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not shocked that men think this way at all. Like knowing what, being in this space for as long as I've been now. But what I am a little surprised by is how brazen men are to admit this stuff, right? Because how does this make any sense to you to say out loud, right? I appreciate I appreciate the candor, right? I guess. But yeah, this is crazy. This is crazy to me. Like, I'm reading it, I'm just like, what the fuck are you talking about? They were always told to not be women, so they place women in a subcategory. Yep. So once again, I want to read it again for everybody that wasn't in here. A masculine man has his own quote unquote world, and he never plays a supporting role in a woman's quote unquote own world. This is why alpha women, boss babes, boss bitches, career women struggle with attracting masculine men for serious, intimate relationships because they want a masculine man to follow their program instead of her following his. And he is not going to do that. But he will tolerate her behavior for a few hours of recreational purposes, quote, whatever. So, and where this came from, I'm going to play it for you. You play for you where this came from. All right. Let's see. Mm-hmm. No, it's not that one, honey. It's oh no. What the hell? I definitely recorded that. Oh man. All right, damn it. Get up in here real quick. Oh, this is so annoying. All right, give me a second. I gotta fix this. Brought to you by none other than Nick Cannon. It's crazy. Y'all know Nick Cannon can't help but have a problematic take. Everything that nigga say stupid. I ain't heard him make sense in a decade, if ever. All right.
I got married in my 20s still, you know what I mean? To the biggest, I got married in
What happened?
my 20s still.
Oh my gosh.
You know what I mean? To the biggest star in the world. My trajectory was here. I got married in my 20s still, you know what I mean? To the biggest star in the world. My trajectory was here, and then hers, she's already in a different stratosphere. I would lay up at night thinking like,
I wonder if Facebook
I'm Mariah's man. Is that what my life is supposed to be? There's nothing wrong with it, but I'm like, this ain't.
It's crazy. Right when I got it to work, now my damn speaker want to die. God damn. Help me. Help me. Okay. Now we got it. I think the third, fourth, fifth time's the charm. Okay, let's see.
Married in my 20s still, you know what I mean? To the biggest star in the world. My trajectory was here, and then hers, she's already in a different stratosphere. I would lay up at night thinking like, is this who I am? Am I Mariah's man? Is that what my life is supposed to be? There's nothing wrong with it, but I'm like, this ain't, this ain't the version of yourself. And then when you have children, your man shit is like, wait, I can't. I'm carrying a purse, the diaper bag, you know. I'm standing on the corner, I'm like, wait, you know, like she rocking being all the alpha that. Well, by the way, she deserves it. By the way, I believe she needs a dude like that. Yeah, I'm just not that dude. Her and I never had problems. Yeah, never argued, never even with me struggling in this space. Yeah. She's so understanding and so evolved and lives in her own world. That's the thing. When someone has their own world and you got to be a participant in that, you know what I mean? Like I'm main character. It was like muscle atrophy. I'm not being the dude that God put me on this earth to be. The love kept me there. Even, you know, made it work so well because I was like, oh, you need somebody. You need a support system.
So basically, you jealous of Mariah? Is that what?
You need somebody that don't want you for your money. You need somebody that's sincere. You need somebody that's willing to build a family and raise some, you know, amazing kids together. And that was my goal. But then there was just something constantly in me like, I got it. The man. Yeah. Like, I got married in my.
The man. You heard the dude said at the end, the man in you is like, nah, you can't support no woman, even if that woman is your wife. Even if that woman bears your children, you can't support no woman. Like what? Somebody, I seen some misuse masculinity. No, it's all masculinity is toxic. Masculinity is toxic. Period. Period. Full stop. Masculinity is toxic. You cannot name a positive characteristic that you can attribute to men. I guarantee you. You cannot. I've done this so many times. I guarantee you, nobody in here can name one positive thing that the majority of men do. Not one. Not one. I would love, I'll be waiting. Thank you, Carly. I'll be waiting. Now, not one. Wait, hold on. Men are good sometimes. Okay. The question is, name a positive characteristic that is commonly found in men. Meaning it's found in most men. Name it. You see how you guys keep saying that men can be good sometimes? That's not what I said. Y'all acting, y'all not listening. Y'all, those of y'all replying, y'all acting like these dummies that come up here. Listen to what I'm saying. I didn't say no man is good. I didn't say no man never has anything. No. I said name one positive characteristic that you can find commonly in men, that you can find in most men. Name it. I will wait. I am a full fucking man. I have thought about this for hours ad nauseum. Cannot find one. I can't find one. That's when I gave up and I was like, all right, masculinity. I used to do the like, oh, toxic masculinity is bad and that's toxic masculinity. And I was like, nah, that's just masculinity. Stop trying to separate it from masculine. We got to start telling the truth about it. Masculinity in and of itself is toxic. It always has been. That's the gag. It's always been toxic. It's never not been toxic. It was invented to be toxic. It was invented to be toxic. I know, hey, and I know for a fact that y'all are racking y'all brains and y'all really trying to think about it. I know, I fully know that. I know y'all not in here just like, I can't find anything, like just trying to be funny. Y'all are really trying to think of something, huh? Like really think about that shit. Cause I remember one day when it really hit me, I thought about that shit all fucking day. I thought hard. I was like, I started writing shit down. I was like, no, I wouldn't say that's in most men. It's in some men. Shit, I'll give you half a men. Here, I'll lower the bar for you. I'll lower the bar for us all, just so we can have the conversation. Name something name a positive characteristic that you can find in half a man. Like, so you got a 50-50 chance in finding this in a man. Name it. Name the positive characteristic or trait. I refuse to make men bad for being males. What the hell are you talking about? Bring back shaming. Whitney Houston voice. We bringing back shunning and shaming in 2024. I don't know what y'all talking about. I want y'all to name the positive characteristic that can be found in half of men. Just half of men. Chivalry is positive? First of all, chivalry you can't find in 50% of men. But chivalry, look up what chivalry is. Chivalry is like romance. That shit is fake. Chivalry ain't real. Chivalry is love bombing, but by another name. It's a better word. It's a nicer word for the same action. All it is love bombing. Chivalry and love bombing are the exact same things. Gigi said, I tried shit. Oh, man. Chivalry with no strings attached, by the way, because that's the kicker. Men, look, even if you expect a thank you, it's not chivalrous. Even if you expect, because men get mad with, oh, you can't even say thank you, huh? Motherfucker hold the door for you. You can't even say thank you. Even then. That's my proof. Chivalry never existed. It was always a way to manipulate women. Always. Your guy best friend, I ain't gonna say what I'm thinking. Your guy best friend always opens up the door. Maybe because he likes you. I don't know. And I'm not saying like romantically. I mean, you know what I'm saying? And the men that date you don't like you. That's why he's your friend. Yeah, so are we all on the same page? Yeah. Have we arrived? Have I given the class enough time to think? Cause I ain't, you know what I mean? Like I don't come by way of these conclusions easily. Like I don't want to think this about us. It's wicked. Bonji Baby said last night's live was a movie, a comedy, but still a movie nonetheless. It definitely was cinematic. It definitely was cinematic. Definitely. Wicked night. This is crazy, y'all. It sucks. Yeah, it sucks. We good at wearing baseball caps. Cause niggas be capping. Mario winding streams went up. We got that boy 100,000 last night easily. Oh man. I don't think SG is a woman. I don't know how this is triggering SG so much. Yeah. SG, come up. Let's hear your voice. Let's make sure you're a woman. Cause some's telling me, I don't know. You might either you're old or you're no, I'm just playing. She might just be older. I don't know. Do I have what? No, I don't have nothing. That's what y'all not hearing me. I've thought about this for like hours, like multiple for a lot of days. I thought about this before I said this. But I mean, before I've done, and this wasn't recently. I did this a long time ago because I've ran this prompt or something similar to it before. The ability to open jars and lids. Tough. Final answer. Men build planets and worlds and buildings. It's tough. It's just, it's something that I've been like, it's important for us to call a spade, right? And it's important for us to call a spade because why are we constantly trying to like rationalize the shit that men do? And why are we constantly trying to be on some like, well, you know, not all men, or well, you know, that's toxic masculine. No. The reason why it's important to to say this about masculinity is because we're saying this about men, right? We're just talking about men in general. We have to recognize that most men, are not in a good place. That's why it's important for me to talk about it in this way. Masculinity it's toxic. All of it is. I can't name a positive attribute about masculine, not one thing. Anything I can name that would not be automatically viewed as bad is not a good thing either. It's a neutral thing. What up, Shemaine? What up, Ian Stewart?
Hello.
Hey, what's going on? I can barely hear you.
One moment.
Okay.
Can you hear me clearly now?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, looking at your caption, masculinity is toxic. And going by what you've just said seconds ago, how do you draw that conclusion?
Can you think of something?
Can I think of something?
Think of something that.
Yeah, of course. I can think of something that can be affirmed in the positive about masculinity. And
Name it.
You're speaking about masculinity as if it doesn't vary, as if there is
Sir, I'm just asking. I'm sorry. I'm just asking you to say the thing.
What I think about masculinity, I can think of reason.
So most men are good at reasoning.
But for a long time, especially in the education system as it exists in the Western tradition, reason was thought to be monopolized by men.
Yeah, but it's not though. Men aren't reasonable.
All men are not reasonable. But if you look at the intellectual tradition, it's men that initiated reasoning.
No, we didn't. That's made up. This is what I want you to do. You don't know the history of this, right? And the reason I'm not even saying like I do, I'm just saying neither one of us do because men wrote the books. So of course men are going to say men reason and da. But I don't even think that that's true. Even if you read deep enough, I'm pretty sure men didn't come up with reason first and foremost. But secondly, men aren't reasonable today. Right? Because masculinity isn't a real thing and it has changed over time. So today, men aren't reasonable. Even if men have been reasonable, even to your point, let's say, men historically have been reasonable. They're not today, not in 2024.
If you look at the documented history, because you are saying that men wrote the books, that all of this literature, the vast source of literature that we have, were monopolized by men, which I don't dispute. But if you look at the empirical evidence, if you look at the documented evidence, how can you even try and refute a fact?
It's not a fact.
Of course, it's a fact.
It's not. It's not a fact. It's nothing in hit. I promise you, history is almost impossible to be factual. Almost. We could get some approximation of something that happened, right? But history in and of itself can't be factual. It's damn near impossible for history to be factual. Damn near, right?
But, when you say history, let's look at how you define history. I am talking about a literal event that occurred in the past. That is what I'm talking about. And
what event?
Sorry?
What event?
That's what we're talking about, reasoning. Because
reasoning wasn't an event, though.
Of course it was an event, because that is what I can give you the evidence. Of course it's an event. What would you consider the Enlightenment?
Who invented? Let me ask you a question.
What would you consider the Renaissance? What would you consider Greek?
This is what I'm saying. But hold on, wait. Listen to what you just said. You said the Renaissance, sir. I'm sorry. What are your pronouns? I don't want to be disrespectful.
No, I am a man.
Okay, sir. The Renaissance, Black people and Asian people had a history 10,000 years before the Renaissance happened. You see what I'm saying? Like that was their awakening. That was the European awakening. So it didn't start at the Renaissance. It didn't start with European history. You're already starting at at a wild point in history,
No,
right?
I am not. If I knew that this discussion was going to be ethnocentric, I wouldn't make reference to the Renaissance. It's just because you are saying that reasoning, there is no evidence, and I am showing you the Enlightenment, the scientific revolution. What stronger evidence do you need than the Enlightenment, scientific revolution, and Renaissance? What stronger
I
evidence
would
do
need
you
the evidence. The evidence I would need is were women treated equitably in that society? Did women have autonomy in these societies? Did women get credited in these societies? And all the evidence says no. So I already know right off the bat, I know not to trust anything that I've read. Hold on, Ian Stewart. You don't get to interrupt me. Okay. So all the things that I've ever read historically, right, does not paint women in a positive light. It just doesn't, because men are in control of what we are taught in the West specifically, but worldwide. And men don't give women credit. So once again, I don't fucking know who came up with reasoning, but I know in 2024, men are not reasonable and women are. That's all I'm saying. So I'm going off of right now. You keep wanting to take it back 1,000 years. I don't. Talk about right now, because masculinity has changed over generations. So in 2024, can you tell me the thing that men, that tell me the attribute or characteristic that we can attribute to men that is good, commonly found in men? Give it to me. What is it? It ain't reasoning.
Again, I made a point, because so far in this dialogue, I've only responded to what you were saying, and you were saying about reasoning, that reasoning was not initiated by men, and I was saying that if you look at the Western
God, I'm tired. I'm sorry, Ian Stewart. Can we move the conversation along? I don't care about you going back. I said name it right now. Is that what you're saying? Are you saying that men are reasonable right now in 2024?
I can tell you a positive attribute of masculinity.
Okay, say it. Name it.
If you look at aviation travel, for instance, I mean, that is one of what is funny.
Sir, listen to what I'm asking you. Most men don't know how to fucking fly. Most men don't know nothing about planes. So I'm going to ask you the question again. Here's what I'm saying. When you say men are reasonable, you're not reasonable. You're not listening. I've asked the question 3 times. I'm sorry, 5 times if you count all the other times. You've been in the live this whole time. So I'll ask it again. Name something that is positive that we can attribute to most men, not an event or an invention. I'm talking about a characteristic or a characteristic or attribute. Name it. What is it?
But from what you're saying is that we are going to have quantitative research.
Oh, my God.
Your argument is
what is wrong with men? Seriously, what is wrong with men? When you ask men direct questions, for some reason, you can't answer a direct question. You could just say, I don't have anything, and that's fine. I don't need for you to give me a dissertation. I've asked you a direct question.
Exactly. That's the point what I'm getting at. Your argument is not very academic. It's
just answer the question. You're not academic. That's what I'm saying. A non-academic arguing about academics is hilarious. I just want you to answer the question. Masculinity isn't academic. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's fucking made up. It's not academic. We're arguing about Teletubbies at this point. Like, it's fucking made up, bro. Just answer the question. What do you think? Jesus Christ.
Because here's what I'm saying. You are saying all of these things, and you are not able to cite a source. That is what I'm saying. You're
not understanding what I'm saying. This is how I know you guys are fake deep. You're a pseudo intellectual, right? Just so you know, there is no source to be cited in this conversation.
Of course there is.
Of course there isn't. How do you? Jesus Christ. What source would? Here's what I'm saying. What source? If you whatever you say, right? Just think about whatever attribute or whatever you want to say that can be commonly found in men. Just think about it, right? You still haven't named one because you don't have one.
Have you spent any time at any reputable educational institution?
Yeah, I have. But no. Hey, hold on, Ian Stewart. Hold on. I promise you, based on this conversation alone, you and me don't need to have an intellectual debate. You and me we are not intellectuals. Like, you're not my peer when it comes to, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what you're talking about. An intellectual would already have answered the fucking question. A pseudo intellectual would say you don't have evidence to da 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 about something that you can't fucking prove or disprove. Either way, you whatever you said, you wouldn't be able to prove it, and I wouldn't be able to disprove it. I just want to know, what are your fucking thoughts?
No, but what research method have you used to come to this view? That's the question. By what method?
Reality. It is observable. That is why I'm saying there is, like, it's a bunch of shit that would come together. I can tell you my personal experience. I can give you 1,000 different numbers and da 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 da. It's too much shit. It's just the observable. It is what we see. That's what I'm asking you.
But look how you are agreed in this discussion for no clear.
Okay, go ahead. I've asked the question enough times for you to answer it. You still haven't answered it. I don't understand. I don't understand it. For somebody so intellectual, for somebody that, like, it's just weird. You have these discussions in college. You love college. You talk about a reputable institution. This is an actual debate. You would debate this. You would debate this in class in college, and then they would ask you to make a case for it around it, but there wouldn't be one thing that would prove it or disprove it. That's where this discussion starts. But it has to start with, I'm saying that there is no positive attribute that you can attribute to men as a group. Not any man, men in general, right? There are some things that some men do and yada, yada, yada. But in general, there is not one positive attribute that most people will say, yeah, most men do that. That's what I'm asking you for. And then we can have the discussion around site sources and facts and da 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 da. You see what I'm saying?
What's the issue there? Because I don't agree with your premise.
Then the way you disagree with it isn't by asking me dumbass questions. It's by saying, here's something positive that can be attributed to most men. That's how the discussion should go.
But that's the thing about it. I don't agree with your premise. But you're coming from a premise as if it's some kind of axiom, as if it's axiomatic, when it's not. And that's what I was saying to you, cite your source. Because how can you come from a premise when there is no evidence to show that your premise is the axiom that you're trying to assert it to be? Tell me.
I can show evidence.
Let's hear it.
No, you tell me what is something positive. What the fuck?
No, you are telling me that you can show.
I said masculinity is toxic, and the question is, can you name something positive that we can attribute to men? Can you name it? So you don't have anything? Cool. You don't have anything. If it takes this long, then I don't know what to tell you. Like, it would be easy for me. I could easily do this for something else, like super duper easy.
How can we arrive at any truthful conclusion if you?
I don't need for you to arrive at a truthful conclusion. I've already. Hold on, N. Stewart. No. Then prove me wrong. Then prove me wrong. Then prove me wrong.
You're coming from a false premise.
Okay, then prove it wrong.
Evidence. No, where is your evidence?
It's life. It's the world. It's misogyny. It's racism. It's capitalism. It's homeless people on the streets.
The burden of
it's wealth. It's wealth, and it's wealth. It's hold on, wait. You're not. Hold on, wait. Do you see when I start giving you the evidence, you keep talking, so you obviously don't want to hear the evidence, right? It's abuse. It's grape. It's unalivings. It's atomic bombs being dropped. It's 20,000 wars being fought. What are you talking about? My proof is what the fuck do I need to prove? What are you going to say? That's not most men. If it ain't most men, then why the fuck does it exist? For the system to function the way it does, most men have to uphold it. That, like, what are we talking about here? Shit is super easy. So can you and I'm not even asking you to argue against that, because I know that that's fucking impossible, because you don't have any proof. So what I'm asking you to do instead is just name one thing that is positive that we can attribute to men. Name one attribute that is positive that we can attribute to men. You still haven't done it. You've been up here for fucking 15 minutes. You haven't done it yet. That's nuts.
Have you allowed me to speak? Because you are the one that has been ranting on, and you begin from a false premise.
Okay. And Stuart, I promise you, when you repeat yourself about a point that I've already went past, then what are we talking about? I want the conversation has left the station. You're still on the deck. You're still on the train deck. I'm gone, bro. I've already made the point. You asked me to give you my evidence. I've already cited my evidence. Now what? I did that in hopes that you would actually answer the fucking question. You still don't want to answer the question? You can leave. I'm not about to keep going in circles with you about it. That's fucking crazy.
Because at the end of the day, you are beginning an argument from a false premise. I don't know what institution of learning you went to, but clearly they did not do a good job. Because how can you begin an argument from a false premise, a premise of which you offer no evidence?
Except for I just did.
He just ain't got the intelligence, man, because if him himself can't name a great attribute about men, then something is wrong with him mentally. Like you yourself couldn't think of nothing positive to say about men. See, me, I got to say, what I would contribute to men.
Who?
Right, that I find
Who are you talking about? Who are you talking about, Ski?
Brother down Stewart. I'm talking about Stewart.
Okay, go ahead. I'm so confused. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah, like the great attribute that I would say that I would give to men and contribute to men, and I find very amazing about men, is that they give life, bro.
No, that's not a characteristic.
They do.
That's not a characteristic. That's not a characteristic. Try again. Even if I wanted to buy into that bullshit, it's not a characteristic. So try again. Don't try to explain it. I don't give a fuck.
Brother, I never said characteristic. I said contribute, bro. I said
I'm gonna ask the question again for you. The same way I asked it for Stuart. I'm gonna give I've given you both ample opportunities to answer this question correctly, right? So, what positive attribute or characteristic can we attribute to men in general? Name it. And it ain't creating life. It ain't helping with creating life. That's not what it is. What is it? Hold on. You already had your chance, Stuart. You gotta wait. You're not saying nothing. Go ahead, Ski.
His strength.
Okay, so men are strong?
Yeah.
How is that positive?
Because they build the infrastructure of the world.
No, that's not true. How is being strong? Hold on, wait. How is being strong in and of itself positive?
Because they help people out.
They don't help people out. Once again, because here's why. No. Hold on, wait. Here's why. That's a physical attribute, and I'll give it to you. But here's why being strong in and of itself isn't a good thing. It's how you apply the strength. So men are strong, but we use our strength to subjugate and oppress other groups of people who are weaker than us. So strength isn't a positive for us. It's actually a negative, right?
No, it's a positive thing because if
how?
It wasn't for the strength, because if it wasn't for the strength of men, the safety or the protection of women, they wouldn't have. Bro.
You got to stop that. I wish you guys could try a different talking point.
No, that's a fact.
Man, it's not a fact. It's not a fact, Ski.
Men fought other men for women to have.
Exactly. Say it again. Wait. Say that again. Men fought who?
Men fought other men.
Oh, okay. That's why and there you go. Thanks. Hold on, brother. Hold on. Thanks for proving my point. Men didn't fight other men for the position for women. That's not what happened. The men who fought the other men were also oppressing the women. So what are you talking about? They just fought so their women wouldn't get oppressed by somebody else outside of them.
All I'm saying is, bro.
So name a different attribute.
Away right now, male protection away right now.
Yeah.
The world would be the world.
If you took away male protect, if you took away, if women were stronger than men, the world would be safer.
No, the world would be destroyed. That's what the world would be.
Okay, good try. Hold on, wait. I appreciate you, and I appreciate you for trying. You tried, and I think you gave a valiant effort. Go ahead, N. Stewart. Can you answer the question now?
Yes, I understand what you are doing, and your premise is to try and
oh my God, I can't fucking stand y'all. Stop. Answer the fucking question. God damn. Answer the question. Answer the question. Stop telling me about me. Stop it. Decenter me from the conversation. Center the question. Decenter public. Okay, then answer it.
The question is one of redundancy. That's
this gotta be the wildest shit I've ever seen.
I don't know how they ain't dropped him yet, man. They should have been paid to drop him, man.
I don't even understand how this is possible. I don't even understand how this is possible. This is crazy. This shit happened yesterday too. Why is it always, and I hate to do this, why is it always the foreign black men that what is wrong with y'all? Like, y'all got too much hubris. Y'all egos is crazy. You think because you went to hold on, wait, Ski. You think because you went to a university that you're more intelligent than American black people or something like that? Like, I'm not understanding. This shit is weird. This shit is so crazy.
I don't never try, bro. If y'all ever had the floor to speak, I'll always talk correctly, bro. When I gotta overtalk,
you always got the floor to speak, Ski. I let you talk all the time. I bring you up here, you yap a lot. So you tried. So you tried and you failed.
I get interjected a lot, and I ain't never failed.
You do. I have to stop you from talking. Hold on, Ski. If I let you talk, you will literally go on unhinged rants for 30 minutes if I didn't stop you because you love the attention. So I have to stop you.
It's about me loving no attention. It's about me love giving out the wisdom of knowledge. That's what I love.
Okay. What up, Superfly? Can you answer the question?
Yeah, I'm stepping in the lion's den, but I'm gonna try.
Please, I'm with it.
All right. So, do you think that men building the roads, the highways,
oh man, I thought you was gonna answer the question, brother.
No, but just listen. So, women can have a way to get to work and feed their kids, and men building everything around us is toxic.
Yeah, I think highways are toxic.
Okay, so if there were no men to build the infrastructure, we'd be living in mud huts, and there would be no roads, no skyscrapers, no hotels, no house. I wouldn't have a roof over my head right now if it wasn't for men. Mm-hmm. So I just don't get why you're just on men, because if it wasn't
Superfly, men, can you answer? Hold on, wait, Superfly, can you answer the question? Can you name one positive characteristic or trait that we can attribute to men? One.
Building the whole
That's not a characteristic. Does anybody up here need for me to look up that definition of characteristic or trait? Or are we all? Or I know, Ski, you actually failed the first time, but the second time you named something.
Man, I ain't never failed.
You did. Stop being weird. Stop being weird. You failed the first time. You passed the second time. You were wrong, but you answered. You know, you gave a correct, a viable answer. Superfly. Hold on. Superfly. Now, can you name a positive characteristic or trait that can be attributed to most men?
Firefighters, putting out fires.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Open up the schools, nigga. Open up the schools.
Keep them open late.
Yeah, past 7.
Open the schools up. They do need to open the schools back up, but
make it online. Put the schools on cell phones. Make an app for it. Put it right next to the TikTok app. Put it right next to the Instagram app. Open up the fucking schools. This shit is crazy. God damn, bro. Do you not know what a characteristic or trait is? Just say yes or no. If you do, fine. If you don't, I'll read it to you so you can understand what we're talking about.
It's like you having a boner, Superfly.
Oh, wow.
Don't listen to him.
That's a trait about a man. That's a trait to a man.
Okay. Can you name a characteristic or trait? Do you know what these words mean? I'm not joking.
Anything that equal to a man.
Skeet, I will have to drop you, sir, if you can't be quiet. Like, I don't care. You got to be quiet. Go ahead, Superfly.
All right, so a characteristic or a trait.
Yes.
A feature or quality belonging to...
I'm not asking you to read it to me. I know the definition. I'm asking for...
Okay. So what is a character or a trait?
God damn it.
What is a character or a trait?
Skeet, shut the up. This is why I couldn't be a special ed teacher right here. I couldn't do it. I couldn't teach a special ed class. Like a mild moderate, I'll be in that motherfucker. Oh my God, I'll be in that hole throwing everything. I can't do it.
All right, so a characteristic trait of me is I dress nice.
Nope. I said of men. Oh my God.
Of men?
Of men.
A characteristic of men is they build everything in the world. You supposed to be my husband, so hurry up.
It's anything that equal to a man, bro. It's the fact of you being born a male, bro.
Oh, me having my male my parts?
Nah, hey, don't listen to Skeet. That's the blind leading the blind.
A beard.
No. Listen, bro.
Skeet, stop. Skeet, stop. You don't know the definition either. Superfly.
You gonna keep telling me.
Just stop. You don't know. It's not having a penis. Like, what are you talking about? So, an example would be like if you were to ask me, name a positive characteristic that you can attribute to most women. I would say women are nurturing, right? And I think most people would agree. Most of us are raised by
a disciplinary.
Discipline. That men are disciplined, or we are disciplinarians. Because discipline.
We apply discipline to people.
Deja put 40 on Ski Head. We're disciplinarians. That's not a positive thing.
Yeah, I got money on my head.
That is positive.
That's not.
To me.
Wow. This is crazy. They put 40 on me for no reason. I ain't even doing nothing.
Because you keep talking when you're not supposed to talk.
At least you got 15 little coins, so it's okay.
They left that African man up here and say all of that stupidness, though.
He was getting muted like you. So wait.
So applying discipline is not positive at all.
No. Being a disciplinarian is not fucking positive. That's not a positive characteristic.
Also, my grandpa teaching me making me do 100 push-ups wasn't positive for me.
No, nigga, that was abusive.
All right. See, I'm in the lion's den. I'm trying to learn from you, Ski, since I don't know nothing. Okay.
Bonji Baby said they about to lose that infrastructure talking point in 30 years because all you niggas are running to start podcasts. They can go back to fail rapping at this point. Okay. So most men, Superfly, most men didn't build the world. Most men didn't do that in the way that you're describing, right? Well, I mean, you know what? Fuck it. People built the world. It wouldn't be something that men did or women did. It would be people did it. I don't know where Jamila went. She said her phone's being weird. Let me know when you get ready. But that's what it is, Superfly.
Okay. Nah, but I'm always willing to learn because I guess I'm just dumb and I don't know nothing.
I mean, I'm not gonna say that about you, but yeah. We did it, Joe. They got that boy Skeet up on up out that thing. All right, go ahead, Jamila. Superfly is struggling mightily.
Yeah, so the was what are some characteristics that can be positive characteristics that can be associated with men.
Yep.
Right. And you immediately, Superfly, started to name jobs that are done primarily by men, at least in the stereotypical sense. That is not an answer to that question. The question was not what are jobs that are primarily done by men. Right. So even if you wanted to take that your answer and make it into an answer to the public offender's question, I might say, okay, well, men are known to be physically strong.
He said that. Ski said that, and I said that even that couldn't be. That's not a positive. Okay.
Right. Even that.
Exactly. Even that's not a positive.
Even that's not necessarily a positive quality. So now, really, what we're asking you to do is to ask yourself, what do you consider positive and why? What do you consider positive and why? Because even if I did stretch your answer out to maybe be acceptable, that's still not an acceptable answer to say, oh, well, men are stronger, right? And then what also was not asked is, give me something that men do that women don't do. That wasn't the question either. And a lot of the times people will interpret these conversations about masculinity and about toxic masculinity and they'll go respond as no, men are better than women in these categories. But that's not the question either. So you're giving answers that can tell us that you do not know how to interpret that question. You know what I'm saying?
What about the disciplinary part? Applying discipline.
So when you talk about applying discipline, men apply discipline. What does that mean? Give me a specific instance in which a man applies discipline and that is a positive thing.
He just said it. He said his granddaddy made him do 100 push-ups.
Being track coaches and making me work out and making me run track my whole life. And being, yeah.
So that is a personal experience that you have that is positively associated to the men in your life. But that also was not the question, right? So when you are saying that men are disciplinarians because my granddad and my dad made me run track and field and made me do these things, that's also not an answer to the question, because you're also giving examples of things, not characteristics, not qualities, but things, professions, and roles that women play as well. So the idea that disciplinarian is a better title for men solely off the strength of them being men is just not true. Just in the same way as you're saying that men built everything, which even if that were factually true, the idea that men build everything is not because they're men. You see what I'm saying? And I'm gonna say something, and I think I need us to remember this, that social construction and natural order are two different things. One more time. Social construction and natural order are two different things. One more time for the Holy Ghost. Social construction and natural order are two different things. So, for example, because I take everything from a Black history perspective, if you tell Black people for 300 years that they're not allowed to go to school, you're not allowed to now say a characteristic of Black people is they don't like education. You created that. That is not a natural thing that just occurs. You don't get to say that. So if say, okay, men, the people who built skyscrapers were men, okay, women quite literally were discriminated against for having these jobs. So now you're sitting here trying to associate that the reason why men build everything is because men are stronger.
Or smarter.
Right. When you break that down, it don't make sense. I remember sitting in my African American Studies class, walking out of that class, and everyone around me at school was white. And I remember asking myself, there are people telling myself, there are people who really do believe that the reason why this is happening is because white kids are the only ones who want to get an education.
Mm-hmm.
So just like there are people who will look at a male-dominated field like construction or like anything, IT, and say, this is because men are just naturally better. But that's not what that is. That is social construction that you're talking about. Social construction and natural order are not the same things, which is why it's hard for you and a lot of men to answer this question. You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. That's all facts. I think that also when we have this conversation, a lot of the men, it's obviously it's a language it's a language barrier going on, you know what I mean? Because first we have to start with like what the word means, and then we can go into like, you know, like, hey, this is what I think about, you know, about the word. And that's fine. Like, I don't mind doing that, but I just get upset because a lot of the men won't just like admit to that and be like, yeah, I just don't understand. Like, can you explain it to me? And I didn't think about it, you know, whatever the case may be. We got to get through this whole like 20 minutes of them saying like, nope, that's not it. That's not it. Do you not know what the word means? And then finally it comes out like, okay, I didn't really know what the word means. Just say that. It's not to embarrass people. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, the ego is wild. So Superfly, are you understanding what Jamila is saying to you right now?
Yeah, she was making like analogies comparing like the oppression of black people to the oppression of women, and I was listening, and I'm willing to learn. I'm always trying to learn, even if I get embarrassed. Yeah. Even if
you shouldn't get embarrassed, by the way. You shouldn't be embarrassed to learn.
But I just think women are not capable of building skyscrapers. They're not capable of building homes, but maybe they are.
Yeah.
Maybe they are. Maybe.
Why?
Yeah.
Why?
Because
I also have a question, Superfly. How old are you, and what is the general area in which you live? You ain't got to give me your address or nothing, but how old are you?
Yeah, I am very, very old.
How old?
Okay. So I'm 33.
41.
Oh my God. Okay. And
you ain't that old, nigga. I thought you was old.
Yeah.
I'm in Colorado.
Nice.
Okay. So what are like two specific reasons why because you said women are not capable of building skyscrapers. What are two specific reasons that you believe why women are not capable of doing that?
Physical strength, and under pressure in physical situations, they panic.
Okay. So are you telling me that men don't do that?
Yes. They do it, but they're more capable.
And you're saying capable in terms of strength.
Well, I mean, it's just like, how come you don't see all women construction crews doing the hard labor? Why?
Because there's a lot of men who are supervisors who think like you. It's not that women aren't applying. It's not that women don't have the skill. It's that men are saying, I only hire men.
But you guys can start your own construction company and have a whole woman crew.
Women do have their own construction companies. And I think doing that. Right, we're already doing that. And so I think that
I would have to see that, and I would have to see the proof of that. But
okay.
I don't want to be misogynist, because really what I want to do is just hire a whole woman construction crew and make them prove it.
Well, no. I'm going to hire a bunch of women and make them prove to me that they're capable is not it. That's not it. That's not your solution. That's never going to be your solution. Because what that means is they were already qualified when they came to you to get all the way through the hiring process, right? You're not giving nobody nothing, right? And I'm going to relate it to the oppression between blacks and whites, because it is a very, very comparable situation, you know? So it's like white folks did the same thing and they still do the same thing. It's like, well, we let you in once or twice to see if you can prove that you were as smart as us. And by the way, we need you to jump, even though you've already proved it, we need you to jump through all of these other hoops. But I want to go back to the idea that you said that we're not capable of doing things that require physical strength and that require building a skyscraper. Because when you say building a skyscraper, we're not talking about Legos here. Right? What you will notice is that when you have, because what you're talking about is large projects, and you are only thinking of the physical demand of that project, but you don't blink and then the Empire State Building is up. Just like a brother, I forget, it was a brother, sister in the comments that said it was a Black woman's math that got us to the moon. Yeah. And that's correct.
I got a question for you, Superfly. How many Black people built the skyscrapers?
I don't know.
What if I told you that? Well, fuck it. It's 2024. What percentage of construction workers are Black?
I have no idea.
What if I told you it's about 6%?
I would probably think you're accurate.
So are Black people just not capable of building shit? Black men specifically?
Yeah, I just think they don't want to do it.
You think?
No, not will. Are you with the exact same data in front of you about Black men and white men as men and women? Would you draw the same conclusion? Just like you're saying, how come you don't see women? Your conclusion that you've drawn is because they are incapable of the physical work of a man. So when you see that only 6% of men in the construction field are Black, are you drawing the conclusion that that's because Black men are incapable of doing the physical work that white men do?
I mean, that would be more not whitey men. That would be more a different demographic of men who do the construction work.
Okay.
No, that's from a stereotype. That's not brown men.
Well, no, I just go by construction sites every day and
hold on, Superfly. Hold on, wait. Superfly. If you're going to resort to this is what you see personally versus what the numbers say, then we're not going to be able to have this conversation because you don't know shit. And I don't mean that in it.
The question is very simple. If the conclusion that you draw from you don't see women in construction is women are incapable of doing that work, when you don't see Black men in construction, do you draw that same conclusion? Is it because Black men are not capable of doing, don't want to, are incapable of doing that work?
Mm-hmm.
They are definitely capable.
Okay. So how did you come to that conclusion about Black men, but not that conclusion about women? I got the answer. I got the answer for you.
You think misogyny, right?
I don't think it. I know it. Also, what percentage of construction workers are of Asian descent?
I could look that up. I have 2 iPhones.
Not many Asian men are in construction either. But if you go to Asian countries, they have beautiful architecture, right? So it's obviously not that Asian men can't build stuff. You don't find that odd, like in this country, that there's a certain demographic of men that are overrepresented, and there are certain demographics of men that are underrepresented, and it seems to be that those demographics of men that are underrepresented are the same group of men that are underrepresented in every other category that would deem to be positive, like education, positive health outcomes, so on and so forth. Money making, whatever the case may be, income. It's odd, right? You don't see the connection there?
Yeah, it is odd.
It's really not odd. It's really like obvious. I was being facetious. Very obvious why. Right?
So my question is,
all right, so what would be the answer? Why? Because I'm learning today.
Because of racism. That's why black men aren't in construction at the same clip that white men or proportionally at the same clip as white men. Because the country is like 65% white, right? So let's say same number, 60% white men should be in construction, 15% black men should be in construction. You know what I mean? 5% Asian men should be, you know what I mean? It should be proportional. It should be.
Yeah,
right?
I actually get what you're saying, and I get your perspective on this one. And that's good for me because, like, I get your perspective on this one. Definitely.
Okay. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is if you do not want to be a misogynist, if you don't want to be a basic person who does not believe in the equality of men and women, who does not believe that women should have equal opportunity, who does not believe, you know what I mean? Because the only difference between what you see men doing and what you see women doing is opportunity, right? So if you're telling me that when you see mostly men in construction fields, you draw the conclusion that women are just not capable of doing those jobs. Women just are incapable of building skyscrapers. But then in the same breath, you tell me that if you don't see a lot of black men in constructions, you would not draw that conclusion that black men just are incapable of doing construction. You are treating women differently than you treat men. And if you do not want to be a misogynist, you should not do that. I'm telling you that you are treating men because the same scenario, you're telling me that you would draw a different conclusion just because on this side we talking about women and on this side we talking about black men.
He said
you should not treat them differently. You should not.
He said wait, you said something interesting because you said when I asked you about black men, you said, oh, they don't want to be in construction. But when it came to women, it was they can't do it.
They incapable. Right.
Like why couldn't it go like either way? To Jamila's point, not to say I would have been fine with either one, but it would have just, you know what I mean? Like it would have been more logical to me if you would have, it'd have been more consistent. If you were like, well, women don't want to do it and men don't want to do it. And black men don't. I would have been like, okay, that's not true, but okay, right? Like, oh, at least he's consistent there. But as soon as you said women are incapable, oh, but black men, we just don't want to do it, I knew right there.
All right, so I have a good relationship with both of my daughters, a good relationship with my common law wife, even though you think that's not my real wife, right? Which
she ain't your common law wife either.
Okay.
Y'all just been together for a long time and you refuse to marry her.
So how has my misogyny stopped me from being a decent man to my daughters and my family?
I'm pretty sure if you are misogynistic, you are abusive to your wife in many ways. You neglect her. You won't marry her. You won't commit. You probably been gaslighting her for the whole time you've been with her.
If you're gonna ask me as a woman to answer that question, I don't know your personal situation, but first, the very first thing is you're asking another man instead of asking them.
No, me and my wife talk about things, right? She got a divorce from her ex-husband, and she says, realistically, she says she doesn't want to get married on paper again. So how is that my fault?
It's not.
It's not your fault, but what you're saying, you asked the question, how does your views or your misogyny affect the relationship you have between your wife and your two daughters?
Yeah.
That's the question. Okay, well, here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to say this right. You know, well, I don't know if you know, but the ways, particularly that marriage benefits a woman, why wouldn't you want her to have that?
Well, I mean, she says she doesn't want to get married on paper again as of now, but
if you common law married, then you would be married on paper. You would have to be. That's how you're not really common law.
You said you live in Colorado, and there are places like New York has a common law marriage law. Are you just saying that because that's how black folks say we live together, that we shacking, or are you actually legally common law married?
Well, I've looked up the laws in Colorado, and anybody can. And if I've been living with her for 7 years in Colorado, I'm definitely common law married.
Okay, so let me ask you a hypothetical, right? Should she become your common law ex-wife?
I don't know.
And that is how one way that misogyny is affecting your relationship with your wife and your daughters, right? Because what that means is it's not just about what you do as a man, it's also about what you don't do, right? And when you feel like that you as a man are providing enough for the present and not thinking about what life will be like for that woman in the future, right? Because if y'all get divorced tomorrow, if y'all separate tomorrow, she as a woman is in a different situation than you're in as a man.
Also, I just want to make this, I wanted to clock something real quick. Superfly, you didn't tell me that before, just FYI. When we talked about you not being married before, this is the first time you said, "Oh, she doesn't want to get married." Just so we clear, the first time we spoke, you told me you didn't want to get married, and then I was talking, and I had a whole lengthy conversation with you about how marriage benefits the family and how it protects your family, and you were like, "Oh, I'm going to look into that. I never knew that." Now you're saying, "Oh, well, she doesn't want to get married," which to me, I don't know what to believe now, because one of them's a lie, or both of them is true.
Well, no, I'm telling the truth, but I'm expounding today. I'm expounding. You know what I'm saying?
That's a big word, Felma. I love that.
And then what I also gotta have you understand, right, is that men will often want to take the lead in their household until we're talking about large capacity things, like saying, "All right, now, woman, here are the things. I understand you scared. I understand you nervous. I understand you don't want this situation to be like the last situation. But when I'm at work, I can't put common law wife on my insurance. Okay? If something happened to me, I can't put common law wife is entitled to my policies. I can't say common law wife is entitled to the money in my bank account. Something happened to these kids. Something happened to these kids. When the kids go to college and they fill out FAFSA, they can't count common law daddy's income for their scholarships. And when you're not thinking like that, that means you're not operating under the assumption that life looks different for women than it does for men. And you should be leading from that perspective as a man if you don't want misogyny to affect and not what, because a lot of men, right, because I'm also the daughter of, oh my God, so many uncles, so many brothers and cousins who will say something like, because I'm sure this will come up, I've seen Public Defender had this conversation a lot of times, who will then say, well, I'm not letting misogyny leave my house because I'm going to protect her from other men, and so that's why I don't let my daughter walk out the house dressed like a hoe. No. If you do not want to be a misogynist in your household, then you need to think about your behavior and how your behavior is going to dictate that household, because women have different experiences in life than men. And I also want to point out that men want to lead the household again until it comes to stuff like this. Now you deferring to what she want to do. But how many, I don't care how long, because how many days could she tell you that she don't feel like having sexy time before you try to tell her, wait now, what's going on with that? She couldn't say, well, that's just, I don't want to do that.
Hold on, Mick.
She couldn't say that for 90 days. When you say, when she said, oh, you wouldn't be on here going, well, she don't want to, so I'm just not. It's been a year and we ain't did it. No, you wouldn't be saying that.
Let me say a few things real quick. Hey, y'all, let's get the lights up over 100,000. I want T to go and I want Mick to go. It's been, we were focused a lot on Superfly. I want to kind of descend in.
I'm done. She has her own career and her own insurance, so she's good. So no worries.
Yeah. Go ahead, Tiff.
Hey, I actually have a question for Superfly. I'm sorry.
You good?
Real quick. So, because I have family in Colorado and I have some family members that are under the common law marriage, but they have paperwork to show for that.
You got to get paperwork on.
Are you guys actually like officially on paper common law married, or is it just something that you just say?
No, I'm learning. This is good because now I need to go do the paperwork. Yeah, you're right. I'm learning. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Um,
I'm learning.
Do you?
Yeah, because without that paperwork, you're not going to be able to. If she ends up in the hospital, you're not going to be able to like make any decisions for her if she's, you know, not coherent. If something were to happen, you know, because you have to be married in order for, you know, to have those quote unquote benefits.
So real quick, you got to do stuff like file your taxes together.
Yes.
You got to do stuff like buy a house together. Yeah, and it can start from day one. It doesn't. You don't have to live with the person for 7 years. It could be from day one. You guys are common law married.
Yeah, and
whatever.
Then there was another
But you don't need to get paperwork. Technically, you don't have to go get like a document that says you're common law married or whatever the case may be. But what you do is you run the risk if something does happen. You can get benefits and all that stuff. You have to go. When you go to court, then it goes, you know, like it'll go into probate or whatever, you know what I mean, depending on what it is. And then the judge will have to determine, oh, you qualify. Oh, you file tax. Now present your paperwork. Now present da 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 da. Right. And they may hear that and be like, they may see everything and be like, nah, I'm good.
Right.
They may be like, nope.
What's another question? I'm sorry. Oh, were you gonna say something?
No, you're good.
I was a little careful.
Hold on, Mike, real quick.
Be careful because California is different. You can't do common law.
We're not talking about in California. He's in Colorado.
Hold on. One more question, Superfly.
Yeah.
Okay, so I remember hearing you say that women are not capable of discipline. Question: What is discipline? Like, what's the definition of discipline to you?
Well, I said skyscrapers, building skyscrapers. I didn't say discipline, and I hope they are capable of having discipline, and I think they are. I think they are on that one.
Okay, I did hear you say that, but I digress though.
Okay.
But discipline, it really just means to guide. And I feel like a lot of men think that disciplining is like making their sons or other men, whatever you want to say, do like, you know, like you were saying earlier, like running and like doing like hard exercises or even like physical, like hitting them is discipline to them as well. So that's why I wanted to ask. And discipline, all it means is just to guide. That's all that means. And it shouldn't involve any physical, emotional, mental harm to anybody. If you're really disciplining somebody, it shouldn't involve that.
He used the right word. He said disciplinarian. So what up, Mick?
Hey, hope everybody's doing good. I'm a little lost though. I don't know if I should chime in yet because I don't have a.
Oh, you don't have to pick up where we left off because I would prefer not to. I would prefer not to have that conversation anymore. To be honest with you, I would prefer to get back to the topic. Personally.
Okay, masculinity is toxic. Masculinity is toxic. Not to the man.
How is it not toxic to me?
Yes, maybe the person that I don't think masculinity is toxic to the man because the man is always resolute within self.
That doesn't mean anything.
At least, maybe I should change. Maybe I should change that. Maybe in my idea of self, I'm always going to try to strengthen myself. I'm always going to try to better myself.
Yeah. So decenter
as a whole.
So decenter yourself. Decenter yourself. I don't know if you can hear me. Yeah. Decenter yourself and think about men in general.
So I do see it in a sense of allowing yourself to understand there's things that are more beautiful than yourself. maybe that's where masculinity becomes toxic, is that, you know, when I see my daughter and she loves sunflowers and I can be cute with my daughter, if I wasn't allowed to be that, then I think that I'm being toxic. If I don't think that's acceptable.
What does that have to do with masculinity?
No, your nails are acceptable, or doing these things that I don't really know. I don't really I think it could be toxic if you don't have an understanding of respect. I think that maybe is where it's toxic.
Can you name?
Maybe,
can you?
I don't know. I gotta listen a little bit more.
Can you name a positive characteristic or trait that we can attribute to men in general?
The only thing that I can really think of offhand is I'm sacrifice myself for anybody.
Not you.
Especially
decenter yourself. Not you. Not you. And you haven't sacrificed yourself for anybody because you're still here. But what I'm asking is men in general, name a positive characteristic or trait that we can attribute to most men.
I would say ideas, but that doesn't mean that it's not cheese. I mean, I don't know. I'm struggling, obviously.
Okay, he's looking for characteristics.
Let me go on mute. Let me just listen for a second.
All right. Let me read these super chats. Cosmic Journey said, "Pub, this."
I don't have a.
Let me help you, mate. Yeah, let me help you go on mute. Cosmic Journey says, "Pub, the school system needs an overhaul." I 100% agree. Antoine said, "Yo, public man, when you get a chance, please invade the OD and AK podcast. He was heavy on the spicy talk about you. He wanted you up on the panel. I told him I'll put the word out. Public on his Mortal Kombat tournament." No, I'm not going over there. I'm not going in there. They can come over here though. Masculinity is particularly toxic for men. Yep, that's what I was thinking. Teresa. Nia said, "Pub, start charging them for therapy when they continue to censor themselves." It's tough, man. I'm just like, God damn, let's can we focus on the prompt? Go ahead, BBG.
No, I think it's weird that it's very hard for men to not be able to describe positive characteristics about being a man, and they also want to defend masculinity. Like, I think that reveals in and of itself, like, okay, something is going terribly wrong with how men and boys are being taught masculinity, where when it's time for them to describe like what those positive traits are, they just don't have any. Like, and using things that really don't even have anything to do with them. Like, even Superfly talking about men, building things and how women don't have the capabilities to do that. But every single time he mentions construction, he's riding by.
Yeah.
Like every single time he mentions construction workers, he'd be like, "Yeah, I saw some," and it's like, your masculinity didn't want you to like stop and go help. You big and strong. Why didn't you feel the unction to go and help build those things? Because your testosterone is telling you that maybe you need to participate. But I think that that's where the lie starts to reveal itself, is that men find it hard to apply good attributes to being masculine, to being a man, because the way that they are taught it is toxic. And that's usually a hard pill to swallow, because on the opposite end, women can say that there are a large majority of women who are considered nurturing. There are a large majority of women who are considered kind. There are a large majority of women who are considered patient. Like, when you start talking about positive characteristics of women, there are a lot of women who fit that bill, but that's because we're socialized to do so. People are prepping us for marriage. So we're constantly taught to consider others. So when you meet a woman who doesn't even have those attributes, most people would consider her scary. She's too aggressive. She too, straightforward. I don't like that she talk like that, because that 9 times out of 10, if you meet a woman, she's going to have those traditionally feminine, quote unquote, social traits. And that usually involves being kind and nice to others. It's not happening on the same side, on the opposite side with men.
Facts.
BPG, so I'm sorry, host. I got a thought off of what she was saying. Masculinity, when it's spoken amongst men, does it have a different connotation than when it's a conversation between man and woman? And the reason I bring that up, the reason I bring that up is because between men, we can understand that because men are men and we do whatever we do and what people are angry about. Now, I can understand how the conversation could be a lot more difficult when it becomes a man and a woman having this conversation. I don't think men on men don't speak about masculinity. We adapt to it and we move through it as is. You know, who's the star player? Who's the person in front of the game? Who's doing this? But that's a man on man conversation. The moment that it becomes a conversation between a man and a woman, I don't think that's a conversation that necessarily needs to be had, because I would assume if any of you ladies have been in a relationship that wasn't toxic or anything like that, that man understands your value. And so there is still a masculine man in your presence with understanding of commitment and emotional availability and outstanding commitment. Even if he has failed at a later point, that was accomplishable in that relationship. Am I not? If you guys get where I'm going with that, I think I'm.
I don't understand.
I do.
Okay.
I do, and I think that the reason why is because when men have conversations about masculinity, they are in denial about how that experience is with women. When women are talking about men or how we should be as women, usually that conversation has to turn the corner at, okay, how do you protect yourself? Because when men have conversations about just being a man, y'all not correcting each other on things that are harmful to women when you're talking about being masculine. When you're talking about being aggressive and, you know, I'm the one, I like the thrill of the chase. The moment that your homeboy says something like that, you should be checking that, because that means that a woman is in danger. Perfect. But when women, hold on, let me finish. But when women have those conversations, we have to have that part. And especially, I think I think public relates to this. When we have these conversations and people are like, if you've ever had a non-toxic relationship, blah, 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 blah. We are presently in a non-toxic relationship. I wake up to a good man every single day. But the thing that's attractive to him is not that he's a good man, it's that he's a good person. I promise you, if that nigga had boobs and a vagina, I probably would still be with him because he is a good person. He has good traits as a person. Mm-hmm. So that's the part where men are missing. The key component of everything that you said is when a man wants to be in a relationship with a woman and he sees value in her, it shifts his perspective on how he treats her. I got you. If he was a good person, period, it would not shift because he would already be in practice of treating people as good people.
I just want to say something. Hold on, man. I just want to say something real quick. If I wake up the next morning and my wife has a penis, we are instantly. I'm not saying I would leave her. I'm just saying we would instantly be in a poly relationship. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like we would like emotionally still be together and like raise the kids, but I would physically be in a relationship with somebody else.
No, I guess the thing is maybe that was more of my point, and you kind of projected towards that, BPG, is that I think there are men that do that amongst other men, and that is maybe an insight that a lot of women don't understand, is that if we see a man doing another woman or doing a woman wrong, I think a lot of friends, at least 70 to 80%, will interject in that. Now, let me ask you a question on the verse side, and this is based on understanding and not trying to dominate the conversation, but just understanding. Have you ever had a girlfriend that is cheating on one of their boyfriends or husbands or fiancés or what have you, where you didn't say that was wrong? Have you ever had that experience as a woman?
I never have, if I can be honest. By the time a woman gets to a point of being the kind of woman that cheats on her man, she probably was already a bad person. And honestly, I usually get that secondhand because she already displayed traits of being a disloyal person to me. I don't have any friends who cheat because, again, men don't see cheaters as bad people. Y'all don't notice when y'all friends is being disloyal to you. So when he's disloyal to his wife, you brush that off. I haven't gotten to that point, truthfully. Because I'm a type of dude that'll tell my boy, like, bro, what are you doing?
All right, Mick, hold on, wait. Every single time I gotta remind you, this is not about you. If you can't make this about the general idea or the general concept, then I don't think it should be applicable, right? Like I want it. That's how we stay on track, because we're getting dragged further and further and further away because you keep.
I don't mean to sound that way.
I'm not. I don't. You're not intention. I'm not saying you're intentionally doing it. It's what a lot of men do. They center. A lot of people do it, but men really do this a lot. Like they center. We constantly have to center ourselves in everything. It's always me, my friends, what I like. And I don't really like, you could tell me what you've experienced about men in general, and I'll be okay with that. But as soon as you start saying, well, I wouldn't do that, or this is how I am with my friends, then my brains, the butterflies start floating around. Like, I don't give, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, let me back out. Let me back out, host, and I'll listen.
Yeah.
I obviously have a lack of understanding on that in that regard. I guess it's just the way I speak, so I apologize.
No, you're good.
I'm hearing what y'all saying. I'll back out a little bit, or at least I'll listen.
Yeah, you can listen. Superfly wanted to say something to BPG. That's why I brought you back, brother. Go ahead and say what you wanted to say.
Well, I mean, it's a little petty, but I was just gonna tell her I actually worked highway construction myself.
Mm-hmm.
I actually did it myself.
Yep. And why didn't you continue?
Because I was just doing it in my 20s to stack up for a car, and my lazy butt didn't want to keep doing it.
Mm-hmm. Got you. So you couldn't handle it.
Well, I mean,
so you think there's no way a woman could? Because your lazy ass couldn't handle it. That's crazy.
And there's no excuses that, like, I almost got injured badly or whatever, but I was just doing it for a purpose to get a car, and then I found better employment.
Got you.
After that, yeah.
Yep. And ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with using your brain, and you know what I mean. Like I ain't, getting up out of a situation that you don't feel comfortable in. I'm with that. Go ahead, Renee.
I want to speak to Superfly because I've been listening, and I'm someone who wanted to go into construction, and I wasn't saying things actually going into it and doing the job, but that's something I wanted to go into, and something that I was looking into. And I was talking about this in the comments. There were three main things that stopped me from not doing it, and it's either that I couldn't do it because I wasn't strong enough, or that I was incapable. It was literally these three things. I did my research. I looked at studies on treatment of women in male-dominated spaces, including construction. I talked to the women. There's 2 or 3 women that I knew who did go into construction, and these were the 3 things that came up. 1, male-dominated jobs systematically make sure that it stays male-dominated. So they systematically make it harder for women to become firefighters, construction workers, police officers, any male-dominated job. 2, male-dominated jobs, including construction, have higher rates of sexual harassment. Sexual harassment exists in all jobs. However, in male-dominated jobs, it is higher. 3, just general misogyny and condescendingness. Men being condescending to their colleagues, treating them as if, because if that woman was able to get that job and she was qualified to get that job, that means that she was strong enough to be able to get that job. And construction isn't just all about strength, because there's balance. And when you're carrying something heavy with somebody, even a lot of men can't carry something entirely just by themselves. Sometimes, so a woman and a man carrying something together a woman could carry something with a man easily, depending on how heavy it is. But if a woman is in that job, she has been able to get that construction because she is probably able to do the job. So the other experience that my friends with the construction said was misogyny, condescending. They got the job, they were there, and men were condescending. Men did not let them do their job. Men treated them as if they didn't deserve to be there. So what happens is, so one of them's still there, but the other two, she left. The other two left because of how bad the misogyny, how bad the sexual harassment was, and how they clearly did not want the men clearly did not want these women there. And so that discouraged me, so I didn't want to go into it anymore. And that's exactly what it's meant to do. We want to keep this male dominated. We want our little boys club. So we systematically make it harder for women to get these jobs and base it entirely off their strength, even though you just need to be able to strong enough to do the job. So and that's what it's meant to do. Treat the women who do get in as badly as possible, make them as uncomfortable as possible, sexually harass them, make them feel as comfortable as possible so that other women don't want to do it. It is entirely purposeful.
That's the same thing they do with black.
For that,
that's the same thing they do with black people.
If it wasn't for those factors, I decided by looking at those factors, both from looking at study, looking at research, and talking to women who were in construction, that it wasn't worth the hassle to go into construction. Not because I physically cannot do it. I'm a swimmer. I've gone to gym my whole entire life. There's a minimum standard of strength you need to have, and not every single woman is. And if you can meet that standard, you can do construction. So those are the only reasons why I didn't do it. Not because I'm a woman and I cannot do it. And that's what these women are saying about how women's perception, experiences are very different. Because another thing is, in female-dominated jobs, it doesn't work the same way. Because in female-dominated jobs, it's actually a lot easier for men to get into higher positions in female-dominated jobs. Because the other thing is that women who go into construction aren't allowed promotions. They aren't allowed to rise up. Whereas most people in high positions in female-dominated jobs, like teachers, nurse, hospitals, is men. Most doctors are men, even though the rest of the hospital team is predominantly female. The majority of teachers are female, but most professors in university are men. Most higher ups in education are men. So on the opposite section, even in female-dominated jobs, men still have the advantage. So it's literally just about stopping women from rising high in positions and also doing those positions in the first place to keep them at a lower level and more dependence on men.
All right. So that all that is 100% true. And like I said, it's just that it shouldn't be hard to understand as black people, because the exact same thing happened to black people. Like when we go work at predominant, like all of us have had to work at places where we were the minority, all of us, right? Some of us have done it our whole lives. Some of us, you know what I mean? Like some of us were in terrible situations. Some of us were in decent situations, but I can't even begin to tell you how many times I've worked at, like, I will never forget. I had a job. I had got a job I live in LA pretty much. I live in Long Beach, but it's LA County, and LA is very liberal. Doesn't mean there's not a ton. There's a ton of everybody here, but it's pretty liberal though, because there's a lot of black people, a lot of Hispanic people, a lot of working class people, whatever. But I moved to like somewhere, think about like a suburbs, like an hour away from LA. And it might have been like my third day or fourth day on the job. And I remember being outside and I was talking to one of my white tee coworkers, and we somehow got on talking about Trayvon Martin, and he was like didn't break a beat. He wasn't trying to say it to like egg me on. You could just tell when he said it, it's just because like that's just what it is in his circles. He was just like, yeah, like that kid deserved that though, or something along those lines. And I looked at him like it took like everything within me to not, like we're at work. Like we were standing out in front of the job at work. And it was like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and now we were just talking, having a casual conversation. And it took everything in me not to drop him on his head. But I was like, that's odd. And then from there, it was like every, like 80% of the white people that I work with had this, had the same view. And just in general, not about Trayvon, just about in general. It was right around when Trump was, it was right around when, it was right around when Trump was first running. I want to say, it was during like when Trump was running, when he was in the, everything like gearing up, and I was talking to this other, like, it was a lot of that. And I had never experienced anything like that before at the workplace. I've experienced like little sprinklings of racism here and there, but never like that. And I was like, yo, what the fuck? And I know that, you know what I'm saying? That was me in my 30s. There are people who experience that every day and have experienced that like every day. People just making them uncomfortable, saying, you know what I mean? Just saying like wild shit in the workplace that, you can't necessarily get fired for. You couldn't, I couldn't like go to HR and like, oh man, he said Trayvon Martin, da, 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 da. Like that's his opinion. You know what I'm saying? But definitely sends the signal of like, oh, okay, like I'm not tolerated here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not accepted here, and that shit. And I can imagine after I didn't need to go through that, but going through that, I easily could imagine what it's like for women, but also worse because women have to deal with being sexually harassed. I never got sexually harassed by men in my job. I've been sexually harassed by women. I won't say I've never been sexually harassed by men. They make, bad jokes or whatever the case may be, but I've never, no man has ever like came at me. You know what I'm saying? No Diddy. No man has ever like, actually made a move on me at work or anything like that. Like nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? So I don't like, once you add that to it too, I don't understand how it's this hard for especially black men to understand this, from the perspective of women. It's super easy. Like we've all experienced this before at work. We've all experienced microaggressions. We've all experienced straight up discrimination. We've all experienced getting in a field or a place where it was predominantly white and they just made us feel uncomfortable the whole fucking time. How hard is that to wrap your brain around that men are doing that to women the same way white people are doing that to us? I don't like.
It's because misogyny is a universal language. Like that's something that anybody anywhere, no matter any man anywhere, regardless of race, of class, he has the ability to be able to, have these misogynistic ideas. And even listening to your story, like I'm thinking of all the times where I've been on sets or in places where I'll have on one side, I'll have a white man come over to me and talk to me in a condescending way based solely on me being black. And I know that that's why, because then he'll talk to the rest of my crew. If I'm with a predominantly black crew, he'll talk to them the same exact way. And then when we go, to the back to get the gear, I'm usually the only girl back there. And now I have men having either these very just like audacious, uncomfortable conversations, or I have had men who are watching me lift things. And I mean like extremely heavy things. You're talking about 100-pound cases. And instead of them helping me actually lift the case, like in your mind, you would go, okay, I need to go to the other side of the case and I need to grab the handle. No, they will grab me by my waist to try to help me lift something up. I had a man one time, and I can't say the company, obviously, but I had a man one time, I'm not kidding, I was in the middle of shooting.
Hey, why didn't TBA protect you?
He wasn't there. I was in Colorado, child.
I know, but why didn't he? But men supposed to protect you.
I was at work. See how that doesn't work. But I had a man while I was filming came behind me, and mind you, I have a big, huge like gimbal in my hand, and it with the camera and stuff on it. I'm filming, and this man comes behind me. He starts whispering in my ear.
I dropped it on his head.
He starts whispering in my ear. And literally is grabbing my waist and my arms and telling me which way to go. Now, mind you, I already have like the list of, shots I need to get. So I don't need you coming to tell me that. And mind you, this is a black man. Mm-hmm. Like, this is why this language is universal. And for a lot of black men, they don't want to address that because, they can understand from the human aspect that, oh, that's another black man, that's horrible. But the moment that you change that black man into a woman, it's like, well, I mean, she could have been nicer. She could have been this, did she friend zone him? Like the moment that maleness comes in, immediately the humanistic part clicks off and then they go right into the misogyny.
Yep. Go ahead. Hey, what's up, Nani?
Hello. How are you guys?
Good.
So I came in when you guys were going back, when you were talking to, I think it was BPG. And I think men have this very separate the art from the artist persona or ideology when it comes to criticizing their fellow men, right? And so and BPG touched on something when he was asking about you've never had a homegirl that's cheated or this, that, blah. Men will quote unquote call out these other men who have done wrong, but it doesn't stop their friendship with said men.
Nope.
Right? It doesn't stop them being a safe space for said men, right? And this idea that like masculinity and the way that like women and men speak about it gets clashy when women and men start talking about it together. I don't understand how men haven't gotten to a place where they're like, oh, when we actually allow another person who is going to be on the receiving end of that into the conversation that gets uncomfortable, then they must be wrong. Right? For a group that was just born with logic, I never seem to find where that logic is when it comes to actually criticizing the points that they make. And then, so that's neither here nor there. He left, but basically they still create a safe space for the ones that do wrong. The other thing I wanted to touch on was this idea of women's inability to do. So throughout history, every time men created this barrier that women were not allowed to, we have a plethora of women who still did. So women went as far as disguising themselves as men in order to operate in these fields. And the reason why I bring these conversations up, especially when we're talking about like the military and stuff like that, there's Hannah Snell, there's a list of other women who basically either took on their brother-in-law's uniforms and or
Mulan.
Well, Mulan, right? Like Mulan is definitely one, but like there's such a plethora. There's these the one that created it was like the Russian military, and they created this group of women specifically. But the woman who created it initially entered the military pretending to be a man, pretending to be her husband that passed away. So there's all these women that, despite a society that was telling them that they were not allowed to do so, they went out of their way to dress up as men in order to simply participate in society, to be able to just simply make ends meet, to be able to just exist, right? And the point of me sharing all of this is simply, none of those men questioned the ability of those women to do those things until it was found out that they were women.
Yeah.
How does that work in y'all's head? And how do you not see the issue with that, right? When you are looking at something, when you're looking at reality, however, the minute you recognize that that reality goes against all these biases that you have created, how do you not see that that's part of the issue? The way men minimize women in order to kind of uplift themselves, I think, is like the greater issue with masculinity, because this idea of being taught to never be woman, this idea of being taught to always have to be the savior for said women, allows them to put on to, it's almost like we exist as someone who is meant to serve them. We exist as an extension of themselves rather than they existing for themselves. And then my last point that I wanted to touch on, somebody who said, that is a minority of women. That is a minority of women, but you would never know how many women would be able to do that, because you still project this idea of all women onto everyone else. There's a vast difference amongst women who are in societies where they're constantly taught that they're meant to minimize themselves, which is the correlation between men who have to run to other countries where women have to marry them to move up in societies in order to find a quote unquote proper woman. Because the entity of what men describe to be fully woman is a woman that can't exist for herself. Mm-hmm. And that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Nani. You go ahead, Debo. I want everybody to get a chance to speak. Go ahead, Debo.
What's up, bro?
Chilling, man.
I just came up here to speak on this, man. Masculinity is toxic, man. And why you can't follow a woman. The thing about it, what woman is going to respect the man that does follow her? I don't know too many women that can respect the man that she has to lead. So, I mean, we asking nature to be flipped upside down on his head, and once it happens, the people who are receiving it are ultimately unhappy.
Who told you that men are supposed to lead in nature? If men are
God told me that.
If men are
God told me that. My side class, my voice, my stature, my thunder when I walk in the room told me that.
So nothing else
have to tell me that.
What does your size have to do with you?
It's not even about
Debo,
a woman
Debo,
Hold on, let me tell you like this, bro.
Debo, wait. What does your
leading,
size have to do with you being a good leader? That's so weird.
Nothing at all, really.
Then why mention it?
Bro. Let's keep it real, bro.
Are you saying that if people don't listen to you, you're gonna harm them physically?
Here you go with that. I ain't never said nothing like that.
I'm asking you. You just said, I said, what makes men?
It's called, even when I'm a kid, put it this way, even when I was a kid looking up to my daddy, I didn't think I was a leader at that point. I looked at this strong, muscular man and said, I want to be like that one day. I looked at him as a leader. I didn't look at my mom as that. I looked at just nature. As a child, no one told me to place as a woman, as a man. I'm like, he the leader. And she a leader over me too, though. And he is too. But I didn't ever think that they were the same. And that was just biology. No one's talking about that. So I get what you're saying, bro.
Yeah.
But on a mental, let's get back to the mental playing field, though.
Okay.
On the mental playing field, there's no such thing as who is better or who is stronger or who is weaker when it comes down to gender. That only has to do with the individual. If you are a stronger woman with a weaker man mentally, then you are the leader. If you are, and vice versa. But we're speaking on that only. I mean, most dudes, you're right. A lot of dudes is weak, and let's keep it real. That's what we the fashion dudes to be these days. There's a lot of weak dudes, a lot of women here stepping up, a lot of women paying their own bills, a lot of women doing what they're supposed to do, and it's a lot of dudes sitting in the house playing video games. I get that. But for us men that don't cut that don't go down like that, I don't go down like that. My household ain't ran that way. You know what I mean? So I just don't have no room for that, man. I mean, ain't nothing wrong with being masculine, man. Ain't nothing wrong with being feminine. We need them both. We don't mean,
can you tell me one masculine? Can you tell me one trait that can be attributed to men? Like one good characteristic or trait that can be attributed to most men?
Yeah.
What?
Science and math and technology. That's what most
hold on, wait. Men didn't invent that. Let's go back. And most men, by the way, aren't good at any of those things. So let's go back. Most men, you gotta listen to the question first. You was already saying yeah before I even asked you the question.
Said most men.
Most men. Okay. So in general, men, name something that most men, right, that we can attribute to most men that would be a good thing. I'm talking about a characteristic or a trait. So like, are most men nice? Are most men kind? Or you know what I mean? Like that. That's what I'm asking you.
Oh yeah. You see, what the thing about it is, y'all trying to measure female kindness with male kindness.
Debo, hold on, Debo.
Nice and most men are
Debo,
kind.
Debo,
yes.
Debo. Most men are kind.
Most men are nice and kind.
Okay.
Yes.
And how do you and what does that look like to you?
That looks like the ability to tell a person anything useful or give someone something useful. Open your doors and be useful. Come into somebody's life and be useful. That's the nicest thing you can do for somebody. I mean,
you think most men
nice things and giving someone a hug isn't nothing compared to you giving me a shelter.
So you think
giving me loaning me $10 to get to work or something. I mean, I holler at me and I don't holler at women about that.
So you think most men
they're nice.
So you think most men are useful?
Most of the men are. Well, I'm gonna keep it real. My circle.
Nah, not your circle.
If we leave America,
not your circle.
Leave America, and you want to talk about my circle? Yes.
I'm not talking about Debo. Can you hear me when I start talking? Debo, can you hear me when I start talking? Can you hear me, or am I talking too low? I don't. Do I got to talk like this? Okay. So let me make sure. So, are you talking about? I'm not talking about your circle. I'm talking about men in general. Decenter yourself and your circle. Just talk about men in general. Are most men kind?
I don't know most men. I know most men I've encountered.
Okay.
Yes,
so most men you've encountered are kind.
Yes. They are kind. If you take care of a whole family and you're willing to fight for it, that's the most kind. If you're willing to throw yourself and throw your life on the line for somebody, that's the nicest you can get. I don't care what nobody say. Name a woman that's gonna do that for a man. Name one.
Every woman does that.
All right, get up out of here with that, bro. You just trying to come on, bro.
So
ain't no woman out here. All right, let's put it this way. Let's take.
Hold on, Debo. Hold on. Stop. Breathe. I want to ask you a question. You can unmute, but you gotta let me ask you the question. We going 1,000 miles a minute. You can unmute. You can unmute now. I'm sorry. I want you to let's reset. Let's reset before we start jumping around. Let me ask you a question. Do you have kids?
Yep.
You got kids. You got 2 kids. Are they with the same woman?
Nope.
Okay. So you have 2 women that birth your 2 kids, right?
Yep.
Okay. Is giving birth dangerous?
Yes, it is.
Do a lot of women unalive from giving birth?
Yes, they do.
Okay. So you personally know 2 women that put their lives on the line for you. 2 women.
I know more than that.
No, I know. I'm sure. But just 2 seconds ago, you said ain't no woman did it. Now all of a sudden you know more than that.
They didn't put their life on line for me.
Of course.
They did that for the kids.
Your mom did it for you. Your mom did it for you.
Right. Now let's go for those women. My mother, my grandmother. Yes, my great grandmother.
You can't. Hold on. Debo. Can you stop for 1 second and acknowledge that you initially said no woman has done that for a man, but now you're acknowledging that
grown man, not an infant, not a child, not
sir,
a baby. We're talking about a grown man that walked into their lives.
Sir, women put their lives on the line for men all the time. And if you want to say,
not in America, bro.
Yeah,
not
in America, outside of America.
They having babies for selfish reasons in America. And you know they are. They're not having babies because the man want them to. They say, my body, my choice. I have a baby if I want. I have a baby if I don't. And I don't need you in it. This is America we're talking about, bro. These women is not doing this for no man. Stop it.
A lot of them are. I'm not saying all of them are, but a lot of them are.
Some of them are. Not even a lot.
I would say, I would say that most women have been manipulated by a man to have a child, like the 2 women that have your children.
Now that I can agree with. That I can agree with.
Then that's my point.
Yes, women have been manipulated.
Most women have been manipulated to have children, because if the man actually told Debo, please listen to me. Please stop interrupting me. If most men told the women what their true intentions were, right? If think about what I'm saying. If the woman who had your first child, if you were to tell her, yeah, I'm not going to show up for you the way that I need to as a father, and then eventually you're going to get sick of me and want to leave me. And yeah, I'm going to cheat on you and I'm going to neglect you and I'm going to abuse you, right? If men told women that going into it, right? Or fuck it, I'll give men a pass on this. If men told women during, like while it was happening, like, hey, you know, I'm really feeling iffy about this, I'm going to end up abused. Women would not have children. A lot of women would not have children with those men, right? But a lot of men, most men lie to the women. They convince the women that they're going to be there for them and the child, but they don't. Most men end up not being there for the woman or the child. That's what I'm saying. So stop acting like women don't do the thing for the man. They do. Absolutely, they do.
60% of these chicks don't even know who their baby daddy is.
That's not true. Debo. Hold on, Debo. Hold on, Debo. Debo. What you're not about to start doing is just telling blatant lies. Because that's a lie. That's stupid. I'll give you $1,000 right now if you can prove that. If you could show me any statistic that says that 60% of women don't know who the child's father is, I will pay you $1,000 right now. Right now. All you got to do is prove it. That's it. One credible source.
I'm just pumping you up, bro. I'm pumping your head.
Okay, then be serious. Yeah. So don't say stupid stuff like that. Yeah, but I do have the stats on that, and it ain't nowhere near 60%.
That's what I want to say, bro. About men. Let's go back to the nice question, bro. Before you muted me, about men being nice. Let me put it this way, bro. The nicest thing you could do is go and get your life together and go and dedicate it before you go get with somebody and try to.
No, it's not.
Name how many women. Let me tell you something. How many women are told or even on their own say, hey, I'm going to go here, go to school, get this degree, and go out there and find a husband so I can make sure he doesn't have anything to worry about, compared to the millions of men that do that every day around the world.
That's not what men do. Most men aren't educated. That
is what men do.
That's not what men do, Debo. They don't, Debo.
They're not no men. We're talking about men, not males. Men, not
Debo,
males.
hold on. Once again, I'm not playing that dumb. Okay. I'm not playing that dumb game of semantics. We're talking about adult males, which are men, right? Most adult males don't go to college. Most adult males are poor. Most adult males like you don't know what the fuck they be talking about. Most adult males are liars. Most adult males are abusers. They're not getting their lives together. Men are extremely codependent on women. Extremely. Women are independent.
Boy, you about to make $1 million on TikTok, public boy. You the panda bear, baby. You straight up going in on dudes for stuff. I'm really dropping some real.
You ain't said shit, Debo. You a fucking liar, nigga. You a liar. You're a liar, Debo. Debo. Hold on, Debo. Hold on, Debo. Hold on, Debo. I got you. I got you. I got you. Debo.
His kids are still under one household.
Hold on, Debo. You just tried to lie right now. I caught you in a lie and you acted like a fucking goofy. Oh, I ain't got no stats on that. I'm just gassing you up. Nigga, shut up. You's a fucking liar. Well, you calling me a pander? No, you not just talking shit. You thought that stupid. Hold on, Debo. Debo, you thought that stupid shit was gonna slide because because in your circle, you used to saying stupid shit. That's why I don't be listening to y'all about y'all circles, because in your circles, your whole circle is full of dummies. So you used to saying stupid shit like that in your circle. But then you get around, when you get around, like you like to say, real men, not males, who actually are educated, who don't say stupid shit, you don't know how to act. That's the reality. You get checked.
The ones who got testosterone still, nigga.
What do you?
Why both of your kids are not under the same household? If having testosterone,
we still got dick over here, probably.
You get dick
means that none of your kids are under the same household. That says a lot more about you. You're sitting here lying, and he's calling you out. And instead of standing 10 toes and be like, you know what, I'm lying. Hold on, mute your mic. I'm not your baby mama. When you sat here and you didn't know what you were talking about. You lied. Being a real man would be being able to say, you know what, I didn't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm just lying. I don't even want to really learn like that. So can you educate me? But you're sitting here yelling back and forth at him like his children have the same mother, living under the same household, and don't have to call the popo to make sure that they have the food check in every single month. Unlike you. And so if being kind means actually perfecting yourself and bettering yourself for a woman, why didn't you do that for the first 2 babies that you created that you don't even take care of? So hold on.
My kids in my house with me. They in the same roof with their father. They're not with their mother. Get it straight first, sister.
Mute up. You still have 2 different kids with 2 different people that you didn't take care of. I don't even care what the situation is, sir. At the end of the day, all I'm simply saying is you guys have this ego that you hold on to that you don't even allow to recognize when you're just speaking out of your ass. Shit is supposed to come out of your ass, not your mouth. And that's what you were doing the whole time. Every time he clocks you, you pivot 5 seconds. You're not a real man for doing that. And I'm a mute. I'm so sorry, public.
No, you good. I just was about to say.
Real man is,
go ahead, Debo.
My whole thing is that you don't even
Hold on, let him go. Hold on, wait. Let him go.
First of all, real man got his kids. I got my kids, first of all. They under the same roof with me. Mm-hmm. That's what you do when your baby mamas ain't shit. I can say they ain't shit and get my kids, not say they ain't shit and leave the kids with them. Mm-hmm. That's rule number 1. Rule number 2, I'm speaking from a man, not a boy, not what you think, not uneducated. I'm at work right now talking to y'all, and I'm the boss. That's why I can talk to y'all and still work and make money. Third of all, I ain't even tripping off none of that. That ain't even about the point. The point is this: are men nicer than women, or are women nicer than men? No one is nicer than the other. There are nice people on both sides of the front. My point is, I was pointing out what men do. That's nice. What women do, I can go through a whole list because I got a mother and a grandmother, and I love the crap out of them. But the thing is, stop sitting up here acting like men don't do nothing, like we is the most despicable things on the planet Earth. That's what's wrong with society now. These kids don't respect nobody. And it stopped because they don't respect their daddy. Y'all teaching them that first. Then second, they don't respect the police. Then third, well, they teach you. Then the police. Then the judge. Now they got to respect the guards. I mean, come on, man. We gotta do better, y'all. Y'all think that we look, I'm not gonna disrespect them.
If their fathers were there, they wouldn't have to figure out any kind of way
to
respect men. Because when you have a present father, you're not. I'm 1,000% sure that the public's wife is not negotiating with his kids about whether or not they should or shouldn't respect him, because he's there. They see his actions. They see him day in and day out.
I gotta tell you something. Do you know what's funny about that? Even though my wife is like, she like spends way more time on my kids than I do because for obvious reasons. And she does like the homework with my son or whatever. When we have the discussion with my son, like, we've asked him like who he respects more or who he, whatever, like, whatever, who he listens to more. And he always says me, and I always find that to be funny. I've never hit my son. I don't even yell at my son. You know what I'm saying? But but he respects me more just because of this, the size thing, like Debo was saying, because of the size thing or whatever.
Agree.
And I have to constantly, like, I tell my son, I'm like, but what do you mean? Like your mom like knows more than me, like she's, you know what I'm saying? Like I have to like break it down to him, like, but she's the one that's like doing all this work for you, and I always give her flowers and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like me, that's all I can do from that. But like, he has this like, hey, my dad's bigger than me, and I fear him more. You know what I'm saying?
But you know what though? I think that this is the part that a lot of men skip over. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that, based on the fact that your son probably does see a reflection of himself in you.
Maybe
based
that too.
on, like, you're a man. He knows that one day he will be a man. He sees himself in that. That is perfectly okay. My boys, for sure, they are obsessed with their daddy. You can't tell them absolutely nothing about their dad. Like, but they see themselves, they see a future version of themselves. They like what they see. They respect that. They're excited about that. So of course they glean from you. They want to learn from you because they're excited to be the kind of man that you are. A lot of men try to renegotiate the contract on what their kids see from them because of the fact that they aren't presenting that. So they like to lie, manipulate, abuse, mistreat the women in their lives, and then they try to renegotiate with the kids and try to do things for them that make them seem better than what they are, so that the children, first of all, they want their kids to worship them. They talk about how women are not contributing anything, to the world, and how, women aren't giving up their lives, blah, blah, blah. Even though every single time you see a person, there's a woman who has potentially sacrificed her life in order for that person to exist. Every single time you see a woman, you cannot say the same for a man. But the other part of that is that when children are noticing the patterns of their parents, men will try to figure out how to maneuver their way into being the center of those children's world by creating their quote unquote legacy. They'll always talk about how women don't give them anything, and then they have children and they say their kids is their legacy. But then if you ask what it is that they baby mamas, they wives, the women in their lives contributed to them, they'll say nothing. So you know that the lie is already unraveling like a trashy knit sweater, because they know that women have contributed significantly more to their lives than the men in their lives. But because of the fact that they are like sickly afraid of the men in their lives, they would rather beat down any man that uplifts women, or any man that ascribes to the quote unquote feminine ideas, because they are terrified that the secret will be let out. And then once their kids start to understand that, hey, mom actually was the one who was making that happen, then now the whole legacy unfolds, and they find out that their dad is like doggone Richard Pryor and the Wiz. They find out that the big silver mask that dad was hiding behind with the lights and the bells and the whistles is not actually him. It's just a tiny man behind yelling through the screen.
That's all facts. I do want to say
something.
Give me a second. I got you.
No disrespect at all. Zero.
Debo, wait. I got you. Give me a second. I got a few things I got to read real quick. Call Me Lynn said, why TikTok men all got custody of their kids? I don't know. Same reason they all make six figures. Nia X said, Debo follows the men bigger than him. Nia X said, who led Debo to create Two Broken Homes? It's a fair question. Basketball G said, is that a male trait, doubling down and negging? By the way, on Debo's head, they put 5 on Debo's head. Adrian said, where does his animosity come from? I got a degree for myself, not a dude. I don't know. He's lying about it, seems like. Adrian, sorry. Therese said, BPG needs to bring up that book about I'm a boss. Saj Brownlee says, how you choose 2 horrible women? You can't vet? Where was your mother? Motherless behavior. Saj said, how much time you did, Debo? God damn. Y'all crazy. The poll, hold on. You can answer.
I want to thank the sisters, though.
Hold on.
The sister that told me that, what she said about sit back and listen, what my sister down here, BFG, just got through saying.
BPG.
That's enlightening, man. I really got a question for y'all sisters, man. Like, when the brothers really be, I'm gonna speak from a brother that be fucking up. I mean, I ain't perfect. I ain't finna sit up here acting like I'm just super God or none of that. I'm a man. I'm a mistake-filled man. I try to strive for perfection, but I don't get it. That's every man. Well, at least that's most of the men that I know, like public say. But anyway, I just want to ask y'all women, like, when dudes be sitting up here saying they trying, I ain't saying a dude that ain't. The dudes that be trying, and then y'all be like, it ain't good enough. Like, I mean, out of y'all mouth, I just want to hear it out the sister's mouth, like, what is it that y'all really? I don't want to say what y'all really want from a dude. That sounds too cliche. What are dudes missing in y'all life, man? What is these dudes not doing, man? What are we not doing? What are us brothers not doing, man? To really to make y'all even feel this way, man.
I don't want to answer that question per se, but stay on that same subject. When we say, and I'm gonna just speak for me, just like as a parent, just when we say not doing enough, it's because women don't get the excuse to say, oh well, you know what, I ain't got it. Women have to figure it out. Moms have to figure it out. So like if the child needs something, like I'm gonna just throw some out. Your son needs braces, and he might be down right now. He might not have it. We don't have that. Like, I can't say, oh, well, I don't have it. He can't have braces. No, we have to figure it out. And we do figure it out. And then hopefully you'll help on the back end, but we have to figure it out. So we don't get an excuse. But man, y'all get a lot of excuse. Oh, well, he's down right now, like this. Okay, but things are still due. Daycare costs still have to come out some way, somehow. And we have to figure it out. And there are no excuses for women, for mothers. That's why we say y'all do the bare minimum, because if we can figure it out by ourselves, y'all are systematically ahead of us, even as men.
Yeah.
And y'all can't figure it out?
Now, I want to. Isabella said, you talk too much for one. Now, to answer your question, Debo. That's just one of the answers. But
the other answer is, why do y'all keep assuming that we are having these awful experiences with men? Why is every single time y'all hear and I've noticed that pattern. Every time y'all hear a woman who can articulate herself, who is educated on the subject of misogyny and understanding how patriarchal standards are set, how these things work on a societal level, y'all always assume that means that woman is heartbroken over some dude. That's not at all what that is. We know because nigga, we can read.
You guys are definitely not.
That's not what us men doing.
Hold on. Don't everybody jump out the cage at once. Don't jump on the cage at once. Don't jump out the cage at once.
Let Six go. He ain't said nothing in a minute.
Yeah, I wanted to finish my
sentence. Go ahead, DBG.
But y'all have to stop assuming that, because I can guarantee the first people to tell me that niggas weren't worth a doggone was my daddy and my uncles. And then I met my husband, and my husband was consistent. He has a huge ROI. Being in a relationship with him has consistently yielded results. The reason why y'all think that people are hurt is because y'all are around women who feels like they asking too much, because you don't see them as human beings and you want to continue being misogynistic towards those women. So you think that what they're asking for when they're asking for kindness, compassion, love, and loyalty, you think that that's a huge bar to meet, when there are a whole lot of dudes who can meet that bar. That's all. It's just intimidating. That's all it is. It ain't a us thing. It's a y'all thing.
I definitely would like to say that, me personally, I mean, we can ask this question from men to women, but men oppress men too. So I want men to grow the fuck up and stop being so beholden to these archaic beliefs that, like, men are like what Debo is talking about. This like whole idea of masculinity, about like everything that, like I said, I've asked every man this question up here. Nobody can answer. No man has answered this question yet. But there is nothing that you can attribute. There's no positive attribute that can be attributed to men in general. Not one fucking thing. 5 on Boss Man. Calling BPG.
And Martin under the bus.
That's not what I said. And here's what I'm saying about men. And here's what I'm saying about men, Debo. Men don't listen. Listen to what I said. I said that there is no attribute that we can, no positive attribute that we can contribute to men in general, meaning most men embody this. Are most men Malcolm? No. Are most men Martin? Absolutely not. So that's not what I said. I didn't say there aren't any, hold on, unfriendly. I didn't say there aren't any good men. I didn't say that. I didn't say there's not a lot of good men, right? That's not even what I'm saying. Or men have done anything positive. That's not what I'm saying. What I've been asking y'all to do, what I've been begging every man to do when they come up here, is to tell me one positive attribute that we can attribute to men in general, and y'all are failing miserably. Like, y'all not even coming close. It's really hilarious.
I'm gonna tell you why we can't answer it, bro. I'm gonna tell you why the answer don't even exist, bro. Because, like you stated, there are men that oppress other men. There are men that are bullied. When men say we're gonna provide and protect, who you think that we talk about protecting women from? Other men, right? Because it's not women we finna be go to war about your woman for. It's another man. So no, there's never going to be a line drawn right down to saying that men are just like this, and you as a woman should just look and see this beauty in men. No, that's not that. Because like you stated, the first man who taught my daughter was me. That you gotta look out for messed up men. Who taught my daughter my sister was my father, and so forth and so on. So yes, man, we know it's some screwed up men. No, there's never a line.
Why do you keep saying some? Hold on, Debo.
No, men don't have a attribute.
Here's what I'm saying. I'm not understanding the argument, because you just
I'm agreeing with you.
So you agree that there is no positive attribute that we can attribute to men.
There's no one attribute that you can say to men. No, heck no.
In general, and it doesn't mean every. It doesn't mean.
In general, yeah. General means everybody put together.
No, that's not what in general means.
There's not.
Debo, please listen.
Even majority of men.
Okay, there you go.
Majority of people. Majority of men. No.
Okay.
You're right. No.
Now, is there something positive that we can say about women in general?
They're nurturing. That's what I can say.
Okay, cool. So we got one huge one that women are nurturing. There's a bunch of other attributes that go into being nurturing, but just, nurturing, women are nurturing. Do you see what I'm saying? So yes. So why do you come up here and act like what I'm saying is so fucking crazy? Because you just, hold on, Debo. Hold on, Debo. Listen to what I'm saying. You just accused me of pandering. But in the next breath, you say, oh, no, I agree with you. How the fuck am I pandering if you agree with me?
Because when you say something pandering, I'm going to call you out on it. When you say
I didn't say anything pandering, though. I didn't pander.
Listen, you human public, and we talk all the time, bro.
Hold on. Debo, listen to what I'm saying. Stop listening to argue and listen to what I'm saying. You claimed that I was pandering. Just to 5 minutes later, agree with what I'm saying. How am I pandering? Could it be that that's just you being emotional?
No, it's because what you told me to do was sit back, Debo, and listen. You said, listen a second time. I was quiet, and now I'm answering you. And I did listen, and I got it. You're right. I wasn't listening quick enough. I wasn't listening slow enough the first time. Now I caught on quick on the second one. My brother.
Okay. Mello, most men don't have courage. Most men are scary as fuck. If most men had courage, the system would look different, because I do think most men recognize that the system is fucked up. I do. But I think that men are so afraid of other men that they refuse to do stuff about it. Because men are scary, bro. Most men are scared. Trust me. That's why I be like, I ain't go. This is real quick side note. This is why I laugh at the men who act like, who always try to act like I'm scary. Sir, I just want y'all to understand. I know it don't seem like much because y'all don't know how politics work, right? But me saying the things that I'm saying every day openly makes me a target. I don't know if you guys know that. I've literally had my life threatened. I know without a doubt, I am on the FBI watch list. I'm not playing. I'm not joking. I know without a doubt I am, right? Just by saying that men and women should be equal and talking about deconstructing misogyny and bringing down the patriarchy and stopping racism and capitalism and so on and so forth. I know 100 without a doubt, 100% chance I am, right? Now, what I'm saying is I think that it's hilarious though for men to act like there's any type of fear in my heart, because I don't give a fuck. I'm really not scared. Like I really am. Like y'all niggas talk about Martin and Malcolm and shit like that. No, y'all don't know the first thing about standing on business. No, you don't know the first thing. Y'all still fighting yourself. You afraid to look at yourself in the mirror. I know you afraid of men. None of y'all can convince me that y'all not afraid of men. You are afraid to look at yourself. Like, what the fuck? y'all could never ever shame me or try to like act like I ain't like, oh, we got masculinity in my circle. Y'all niggas is scary too, nigga. All y'all fucking scared. To me, all of y'all scary.
Everybody ain't scary, bro.
I didn't say everybody is scary. I said all of y'all men that don't stand, any man that is afraid to examine himself, any man that is afraid to examine himself and look at himself in the mirror is scary. That don't mean, I ain't saying that you can't beat somebody up. I ain't saying you won't pew somebody or whatever, which are all pussy moves to me. Sorry, I don't want to use the word pussy. All scary ass moves, all of them, right? You got to resort to violence. You scary. You scary because you can't do. You afraid to be embarrassed. You afraid of getting you afraid of getting your ego checked. You scary. You scary. You talking about, we talking online. And you start going, oh, well, pull up and da-da-da-da-da. You scary. Use a hoe. I already know you a hoe. And I already know any nigga that threatens somebody online, use a hoe. Automatically. Anybody that's what I'm saying. Like, so what's going on? I'm not saying this about you, Debo, by the way. I'm just saying in general, right? But anybody that does that, like, that's the thing about men in general. And this is how most men act. Most men talk like this for educational purposes. I'm not calling anybody this, by the way. This is how most men act. As soon as their egos get challenged and checked, they instantly resort to, oh, I'll beat you up and da-da-da-da, not knowing that, hey, just don't let the smooth taste fool you. Like, y'all, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, y'all, like, people, men just be really.
Let me tell you something on public about you, bro. I'm gonna give you your flowers while you still here. Bro, you're not no coward, bro. I'm gonna give you that. One thing about you, I might disagree with you on a lot of things, but you stick to your guns and I respect you. That's the only reason I come up on your platform, because I respect you. If I ain't no respect for you, bro, I don't care if I did agree with you, I won't come up here. But as much as I disagree with you, I still come up here out of respect, man. Because the whole thing is, you can't, if you shift tomorrow, I ain't gonna have no respect for you tomorrow.
Exactly.
If you start talking like me tomorrow, I ain't gonna respect you no more.
There you go.
But if I start talking like you should respect me.
I would. No, I would.
Just a flip-flop.
No, I would.
He just go with the flow.
No, Debo, I would. That's called growth. If I start talking like you, I'm regressing because I used to think like you.
Exactly.
So I would be regressing.
Exactly.
And I don't want to say this to be disrespectful, but I wouldn't look at you as, I would be like, oh, look at Debo actually learning. I have the most respect for men that challenge themselves. I have the utmost respect for men that challenge themselves. I have very little respect for men that don't challenge themselves, but want to challenge everybody else.
Big facts, bro. I mean, one thing, as you see, I could ask these ladies, what can we do is to be big dog status, you got to understand what the little dogs want. What can I do to be a big dog? If I think I'm such a big dog, I'm not looking.
Stop thinking you're a big dog. That's the first thing you can do.
That think they are. Any dude that think they are.
I know, but stop thinking. But
you are without thinking about the people with you. I mean, it's about us. It's not about me. It's about the women, the men too. It's about everybody, man. Right. I don't see it that way, bro.
I gotta let 6 go because they got. Wait. They got 25 on 6 head. I want them to go. They gearing up to drop that boy. Go ahead, 6.
Damn, I didn't even say a word yet.
I know, bro. That's why I'm gonna let you talk. Go ahead, man.
I actually come in peace. I agree with what you guys are saying today.
No, you don't. You was in the comments making terrible jokes, nigga. Stop playing.
That was a good joke.
Mm-hmm. Nia X said, Debo, ask your baby mama. They got 35 on that baby. They got 35 on that boy 6 head. Go ahead, man. You got tick, 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 brother. Get it off.
I just told you I had an answer, but somebody said my answer, and then you gave a good rebuttal. So yeah.
So you ain't got nothing to say? Okay. Go ahead. Whoever wants to go next, we gonna give it up. Go Unfriendly. Go ahead, Unfriendly.
Hey, Public, how are you?
I'm great.
Okay, so it's been so much. I don't know how you dealt with that. I think it's African or Jamaican. I was getting frustrated. I don't think men really understand what characteristic means. And I think that's where the disconnect is here about why they can't answer it, because they don't know what the word means. Like it's like a big word for Elmo, so they can't really understand, so they can't answer it. But I just want to say, I find it funny how in all these lives, no man knows any terrible man. It's my friends, we're all stand up. We all take care of none of our women work. We're all provided. But I'm like, so either you attract the 1% in every live, or somebody's not telling the truth here. How y'all don't know no terror? So y'all don't know no cheaters. Y'all don't know no men who abuse women, grape women, have done anything harmful to women. None of y'all know them, but every woman up here has a story. It like never makes sense to me. And to say that, oh, well, we have these conversations on the back end. The conversation is, hey, bro, like, that's a messed up thing to do. Anyway, do you want to play 2K later, bro? Like, that's as far as it goes. Y'all don't unfriend these men, because that would actually be holding them accountable. Deadbeats have friends.
Sure do.
Deadbeats are still allowed at family reunions. They still get a plate. Like, men who cheat on their wives, y'all still go out with them. Y'all still hang out with them. So no, y'all don't hold them accountable. Talking does not hold those type of men accountable. They wives talk at them. They don't care. So y'all talking to them and saying, well, you know, we hold them accountable. Y'all don't. Y'all don't hold them accountable. Not the way y'all hold us accountable for any mistake we make.
Shit, not even no.
Talking has two baby mamas.
They don't even, men don't hold women accountable for the mistakes that women make. Men hold women accountable for the mistakes that men make. Like, so that's the whole like choose better shit. That is the treat. So a woman chose a man that lied to her and manipulated her. And then she figures it out, gets rid of the man, and has the baby, and then they'll be like, you should have chose better. I'm like, wait. How are you blaming her for this motherfucking lying and manipulating you and abusing her? Like, this shit don't make no sense. Men constantly blame women for the things that men do all the time. Oh, your choices, no. His choices, not her choices. And I would say the same thing for a man. If you got with a woman that lied to you and manipulated you, which I've done a whole live on this, you men, you cannot vet women if the woman is lying to you. So I'm not going to blame you if you are in a relationship with a woman, she ends up cheating or abusing or whatever, right? But she was lying to you the whole time. Why would I blame you for that?
Right, it's not your fault.
How is that your fault? Like, that don't even make sense.
Because
something that I ask men to do, one second, something that I like to ask men is to name a quality that you like in your woman that is not a subservient trait, and they lose it. Because like, oh, I like that she takes care of the kids and that she always sacrifices. I'm like, baby, that's a subservient trait. Name a non-subservient trait, something that doesn't benefit you.
I can name it unfriendly. I can name it unfriendly. One word.
Something that's not physical.
Intelligence, sister. Intelligence. I love my woman with intelligence.
What does that do for you?
Well, what that does for me is, I consider myself an intelligent guy, and that makes things smoother. We could have conversations that don't fly over her head. She can keep up with me in it. She can add some value to my life as far as ideas. We can bounce forth ideas. An intelligent woman gives me great ideas. See, that's one thing about me. I'm not a man that believes all women should shut up and she can't say nothing. She got $1 million idea. It's not good enough because she a woman. No, she got $1 million idea. We got $1 million coming if I got something to do with it. So, yes, intelligence is very valuable to me.
So there's something that you just named something that would help you. I said something that like something you like about your woman.
He even made the intelligence relate back to him.
Yeah, I'm like, that's what I'm saying. Like, y'all are not getting it, bro. Like, y'all are not getting it.
You said something that a woman got.
Nah, that was just funny though, Debo, because it could have been like, because intelligence is something.
I just wanted you to talk yourself into my point that y'all can't do anything and not relate it back to y'all. Y'all are so selfish.
Well, you do it your turn. Name something about a man that don't help you at all. Just only help him. It don't help you at all.
No, I said name something about your woman. I didn't say any person. I said name something about your woman that you love about your woman that's not physical or a subservient trait. I don't have a man, so I can't technically name it.
And that's not subservient. Yeah, that's what I answered. That's not subservient or physical. Intelligence.
What?
The unfriendly. What would you say is something that would be a proper answer?
I can't give you that answer because I don't date you, and I'm not like.
We not helping. I be giving y'all the answers all the time.
Why y'all always
It's like, help me figure out the answer. Let me look up your paper. No.
Tell me what
I don't want.
you
want
want a
like
stranger to tell you what you like about your woman.
Hold on, y'all.
Actually,
Hold on, y'all.
I'm just
Hold on, y'all.
curious.
Hey.
Just generally.
Hey,
curious
Comey, you never been on my platform before. I appreciate you coming up. I just asked when I start talking, you stop talking. I let everybody talk. I'm gonna let everybody talk, but I normally don't like having 8 people up here. There's a lot of people in the queue. I want everybody to get a chance to speak. I don't want people talking over one another. It's just stupid. So as soon as you hear somebody talking, just shut up. Anybody, I don't care. Just be quiet. Right? We'll figure it out right after. But
Let me say something real quick.
Go ahead, Six.
Damn, bro, just asked a simple question. You guys attacked him. Damn, he's just trying to learn. Look, he ran away.
That doesn't make sense. How can I answer what you like about your woman? A stranger. How can I answer that? Please tell me.
You know, all right, but just tell him that nicely. You know, you guys just sort of...
Tell him that nicely. I thought you guys were logical. What happened?
My bad. Holy.
Why y'all instantly Six? You know what's so weird? For y'all to not be, for men to you know, the masculine men to be so masculine, why y'all always cyber slurping another man?
Nah, I'm not cyber slurping. I'm just
Get that nigga. Hold on. Wait. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Please.
You cyber slurping him from the body.
Get that nigga cyber wang out your mouth, brother. That's all I'm saying. You got that glizzy. You got the cyber glizzy in the back of your throat, brother. Get that shit up out of there. You and that motherfucker like get that shit up out of there. It's a cold 10. How to dig behind your head. Swallow the evidence.
Damn. All right. He's a new guy. He hasn't been here before. He's new.
What does that have to do with answering the question?
All right.
Can you answer the question? What do you like about your woman that's not physical or a subservient trait?
What do I like about her?
I got you, Melissa. It's 35 on that boy head. Yeah.
Can you please repeat the question?
Name something about your woman that you like that is not a physical or subservient trait. If you need me to tell you what subservient means, I can.
Yes, I know what it means. I would say the same thing the last guy said. She's smart.
And right, so break that down. What do you like about her being smart?
I can learn from her.
You cannot make this shit up. That was beautiful.
I also wanted to add that we can have deep conversations about things.
Oh my God, this shit is funny.
When someone told me this question a couple months ago,
and
was like, ask men this question and see like their brains scramble trying to answer it, because it could be so simple. I like that my woman's funny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like her.
With you, that has nothing that like does not benefit you. That is some about her personality that you like, and they just can't even fathom.
That do benefit me. She make me laugh.
No, that's not. It don't benefit you. Six.
Let me ask something real quick.
We did it, Joe. Damn, that was crucial.
I gotta get it on top of my crew, man. I'm gonna let y'all later, bro.
All right, man.
Hey, public, let me address.
Go ahead, New Jack.
All right, so it says masculinity is toxic.
Why does masculinity tell men not to follow women? Well, okay, so that's a good question, right? Let's get on that one first. Okay, so what type of where are these men following these women to? That are supposed to follow these women? And what qualities are these men supposed to possess as they're following these women?
This is not the right question for this. It's just in general. We don't have to. It doesn't take all of this unpacking of this question. Normally I'm okay with unpacking the question, but this isn't. That doesn't even.
So just follow a woman.
Yeah, just following the woman. She's saying, and I'm not talking about the physical sense necessarily. Following her lead, right? Without without it being resulting in an argument or pushback or whatever.
So what is an example of woman leadership in a two-parent household ran by a father?
Oh, well, most households aren't ran by men, but
in the black community, that's true. Yeah.
No, in the white community, black community, Asian community.
like that's the semantics, but they're doing better than we are on that scale. So what type of, I mean,
they leave the home. They do everything for the house. They take care of, they're the CEO of the house, right? So they make sure that everybody, that food, hold on. They make sure that food is bought. They make sure that everybody is fed. They make sure that kids get to bed on time. They make sure you take your medication. They make sure you show up for your doctor's appointment. They make sure you know about when to meet with the teachers, so on and so forth. So women run the homes. Everybody knows this. Only men think they run the homes, right? Because of our egos, because of masculinity. But in practice, women, white women, black women, Asian women, it don't matter. They run their homes because men ain't doing that shit.
Well, you know what? That's interesting that you would say that, because that basically sounds like just basically what a woman would do that's married. All right. Now, what does the father say? Now, what role does the father or the husband? Because we're talking about a two-parent home now, right? So since the wife is doing all the home duties, what role does that father have?
Exactly. Nothing. He goes to work, comes home, and checks the fuck out.
So he's providing the situation for
he ain't providing shit. 70% of women work. 70% of married women. New Jack, stop. 70% of married women work. 16%.
of married.
Listen, before you respond, listen. 25% of women, 15% of women, 16% of women, somewhere around there, make more money, are the sole providers for their household, right? I think another.
You're saying that women out earn men in America?
That's not. Did you hear what I said? Are you listening to understand? Or are you listening to respond?
70% of people. You said 70% of women said something about money. So I'm asking you.
That's not. Stop listening. Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying to actually understand what I'm saying and not to argue. Because if you listen to what I'm saying, you won't argue with it. I promise you. Because what I'm saying is just a fucking fact. It's not an opinion, right? So if there are if 70% of women work, right? It doesn't matter who makes more money. If 70% of women work, then why do they have to come home and do 90%, 80% of the labor in the house?
Well, that's because they chose bum dudes. But what is the percentage?
So 70% of men are bum dudes?
Like literally, the 70% of women aren't coming home doing that. First of all, 70% of women work, but 70% of women aren't coming home to some toxic dudes. And the ones that did, you know what I mean?
You're not. You don't. You're just saying stuff. You haven't even under.
Are you married, New Jack? Are you married, New Jack?
Yes, I've been married.
Are you partnered up? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So do you come home? Yes, I'm married, baby. Okay. When you come home, let's center yourself for a minute. When you come home, do you look around and see what needs to be done? I.e., dishes, i.e., laundry, i.e., helping with homework, i.e., bath time, i.e., getting prepared for the next day, seeing what appointments are coming up, what extracurricular activities are coming up, where you driving who and at what time. Are you doing that?
I get it, yes. Because we share a responsibility in our house. And that's something that a lot of people don't know how to do nowadays.
Okay.
But,
hold on, wait.
Okay, well, good for you.
Hold on, wait. Time out. Let's put a pin in that right there, New Jack. I want to stop right there. So if you're saying, I don't know when you said a lot, if you mean most, but so you acknowledge that most people don't have an egalitarian situation in their home, correct?
Have an egalitarian system in their home? No.
Most people don't, right?
No.
Okay.
What is the percentage of men that are going to work? So if there's
hold on. Stop arguing. Listen. God damn. Y'all motherfuckers are terrible. Just stop. It ain't even this fucking hard. Just listen to what I'm saying. So if the majority of households are not egalitarian, right? But in the majority of households, women are doing the majority of labor, then wouldn't that actually make the point that, like you just said, most men are quote unquote bums? By your estimation?
No, it wouldn't.
Okay, then what makes a man a bum in your mind?
Because most women want a man in a leadership position.
Hold on, New Jack. Hold on. That had nothing to do with what I said. You didn't answer my question.
Up there, that's fine. You said masculinity is toxic. You're following, right? Then you said, and then I see follow right there.
You are moving around.
I'm not.
You haven't answered my question. I just asked you a simple question.
Come again. Ask me again.
I asked you a simple question. The question was, based on what you said, right? You said that, oh, they're coming home to bums. And I just want us all to acknowledge that most men are indeed bums. Based on what you just said, right?
Men and women are equally terrible, bro.
Okay. How?
They're both terrible. Both
How?
of them are predators, right? Both of them have been known to abuse people, right? You know what I mean? So
that doesn't answer my question. That's not what I asked you.
Hold on, Public. Can I interject real quick? First of all, you don't have to ask me no question. This ain't your fucking panel. Oh, okay. Number one, I honestly think his wife got a side nigga because ain't no way she put up with this for 30 years without getting hunch meat to meat. She getting hunch meat on the side. Long story short, it always boggles my mind, like BPG said in the comments, that all of a sudden when these men come up here, they are the exception to the rule. They are exceptional. They are exceptional men. They are exempt from all the things that make men, quote unquote, a bum, right? All of a sudden, nobody in their circle is an essayer, a rapist, they're men of integrity, etc. So where do all of these women who are comparing notes, who are comparing experiences, getting this idea from that men are indeed not supportive in the home? Anytime I hear that somebody been married to somebody for 30, 40 fucking years, I feel like immediately I'm thinking she has adopted a certain level of cognitive dissonance to deal with him. And the way he speaks, he don't do shit around that house because he automatically said men like women women like men in a leadership role. So that tells me that you think that you are better than doing household duties. You ain't took nobody to no fucking ballet. You ain't took nobody to swimming. You haven't taken anybody to a doctor's appointment. And if you did, you put your wife on speaker the whole fucking time because you don't know shit about your kids. That's what that tells me. But go off. I hope she get hit from the bite. Meet the meat.
Erica Taylor said, put the wife on now. Wait a minute, Brad, man. There's a bunch of people that haven't said anything. I want Tamitha. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know how the hell why I was reading that shit so wrong. I haven't seen that name in a long time, Tamitha.
Okay.
My bad.
That's okay. First of all, Public, hi to the panel. BPG, I listen to you all the time. I think all you guys are awesome, and thank you for letting me come up. I listen to you almost every day.
Thank you.
And almost because I got things to do. Sometimes I'm in and out. But I'm almost like just shaking my head every damn day that men could be so, I don't want to say dumb, stupid, none of that. But I don't know what it is. So if I could say my story make it quick. My son and I have two kids. I have a daughter, she's 37. I have a son that's 35. Their dad and I have both of them by the time we were 19, right? So we were high school sweethearts, went to the prom together, like we knew nothing about nothing. We were extremely poor. And I want to talk about character of a man that I don't hear. You guys, I think, brought this up a little while ago about character. Men don't know what character is. So from the moment that my kid's dad found out that I was pregnant at 17, before the baby was even born, my daughter was even born, he went out and bought a case of milk. If I asked for milk, he went out and bought a case. Not one can, but a case. And to this day, he will do we haven't been together since 1995, so we spent 10 years together in 1995. To this day, if I called him right now and said, hey, I'm struggling financially, and he's in a relationship, 10-year relationship, 10, 12, whatever. If I called him right now today and said, hey, I'm struggling, which I have when my mom passed last year and a half ago. That man has gave me $3,000. He will not ask for not one penny back. Not one. He will not bring it up ever again. My son is the same way. It's character. You have to, I believe, men who see themselves in a different way, who want something different, better for their lives, they hold themselves accountable to who they are, to their children, to the people that they love. It's just what they do. This man, I love telling his story. 19, 2 kids. 4 years ago, he retired from the Milwaukee Police Department as Deputy Chief Inspector. He now works for, and I kid you not, he works for the NBA. He is Director of Security and Compliance. He's responsible for 11 East Coast teams. When they travel, he travels. When they were over in Paris for the Olympics, he was there the whole month. All the way back to when COVID was here and they had that 3 or 4 months they had to be in Florida, he was there too. This man, when my mom passed, my sisters called and said, hey, would you like to be a pallbearer? And he was like, I would be honored. And this man is not soft in any way. He just has a way, and my son the same way. He would go out of his way to make sure his people are taken care of, no matter what the cost is. And I really do believe that that's about character, about who he wanted to be, how they want to show up in the world, not what they're getting from somebody, not what me as a woman, when we were together for 10 years, what I could do for him, what I was doing around the house. This man was a leader. And I say today, if the world...
Why y'all break up?
Because I was young and I thought I needed, because we went from 15-ish to 25, 26 together. And it was like one day I just woke up and said, oh, I've been with this man right out of my mama's house. I don't know who I am. Because we did everything with him. He's a great man. You will not hear me say one negative thing about that man. I went on a journey of self-discovery and I left. And what's interesting is I actually, earlier this year, I finally apologized to him. I was like, I left you. I'm so sorry. He was like, no, don't worry about it. But he is an amazing guy. Last year, he took the kids and the grandkids we have. My daughter has a 15-year-old. My son has an 8-year-old, which they all was together this weekend anyway. He took them to D.C. and New York for a week on him, all expenses paid. Yeah. They went to the White House and did all these things. He takes them almost every year on a vacation. He did Walt Disney World, so that's how he is. He's just, still today, the kids are adults. Most of my kids have their bachelor's degree. My son he's a project manager for GE Medical. He owns 2 duplexes. My daughter has her degree. She works for Liberty Mutual.
Can we land the plane, Tabitha?
Wait, is there something? Well, what is the? I'm curious. What was the?
I just love telling that story.
No, it's okay. I'm trying to figure out like what's the relevancy though? Like how is it connected to the prop?
Right. Okay. Is that both of him and my son is their character that I think a lot of times what I don't hear men talking about when they get up in the panel and talk to you is about who they want to be that has nothing to do with a woman, but who they want to be as a character. What do they see for their lives? Like both of them have, every year, they have something else that they're trying to accomplish for them because I believe they both want to leave a legacy for the next generations. And I just don't hear men on the panel talk about that or even think about that in that way. And I went the long way to say all of that because I believe that from that moment he found out I was pregnant, he realized it wasn't just about him anymore, that he wanted something different than what we both grew up with. And I just don't hear men on your panel when they come up talk about who they are at their core, what they're trying to, who they're trying to be, without bringing up women, without saying that a woman has to be all of these things for them to be the man that they want to be.
Was there an age gap between you two?
No, we're both same age. We're about 9 months apart. He was in January. I'm in September.
Shout out to my Capricorns, man. Hey,
right.
That's crazy though. That's wild. So basically, you're just saying like men need to, they need to figure out who they want to be, and then that way they could actually develop into that person. But so many men aren't interested in actually.
Yes. Because I think for both of them, my son and their dad, they are all about their character development and how they want to show up in the world and what they're trying to get in the world. They're not looking for somebody else to do, to be. That's who they want to be, and that's how they show up. And their integrity is top tier. I think it's the character, the integrity, who you're trying to be as a person that has nothing to do with anybody else.
Okay. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's solid. That's a solid point too. I totally understand that. That's a solid point.
Yeah, and I just love telling his story.
No, you good. Yeah.
And I didn't mean to be so long-winded, but I love telling his story because the odds were stacked against him, right? In so many ways. Being a young black man, we both come from the hood, and here, so it's about who you want to be in the world.
Facts. Thanks for coming up, Tamitha.
You're welcome. Thank you.
No problem. Have a good day. Go ahead. Who was next? Celestial, go ahead.
Actually, I think the brother under me was before.
Oh, okay. What up, Sean? You muted, brother.
What's up, bro? I appreciate you having me up.
Chilling, man.
You always doing your thing out here. I appreciate your content 100%. Also, I'm sorry I wasn't subscribed anymore. I don't know what happened with that, so I sent an extra one because I was like, I missed the whole month.
You good, man? Crazy. I appreciate it. Shit.
Yeah, so I think really happens is men just do not like women, like whatsoever. You see this when we got Kamala Harris running for president, and men are not supporting her, especially black men are not supporting her. And I do not understand that, especially when the things that the competition says, the things that Trump says, which is clearly misogynistic, that's clearly his personality. It just keeps going on and on and on. And the men that get up here and defend that are specifically making my point. And it's crazy, man. It keeps happening over and over and over again. Like defending nothing is crazy. Like there's no leg to stand on. Why are you even involved in that conversation? And that's just what I'm saying. I did appreciate what the last guest was saying about character. And that's usually what happens when you are raised with a single mother. I've seen character is very, very important to them. The way that they treat each other is very important to them. It's just wild. A lot of these men are actually predators. They literally prey upon younger men in the communities. Their uncles, just telling them all types of just BS, bro.
Manipulating them.
Manipulating them. This is exactly what's going on. And finally, because I want to keep the show going, a lot of people are not getting therapy. A lot of men are not getting. They got too many screws loose. They went through too much stuff. They put too much on their shoulders. And they're not getting help for this. And that sucks.
Sucks for everybody because they end up hurting. You know what I mean? They end up hurting all of us, right, in the community. So we end up being fucked up by it.
I got 2 minutes, Pub.
Go ahead.
I just came up here just for a quick. So I wanted to say, and Tamitha jogged my memory, but it's really all about character and integrity, because I'll hear the men on the panel say, well, what can I do to be better? And then when somebody tells them, public, you see it every day. When somebody tells them, okay, you can do this, this, and this, it's, y'all just want too much and blah, blah, blah. It's wild to ask for help and then not allow somebody to help you as well. So a person that I know had an existential crisis, and they were like, who am I outside of having a family and this and that? And what I had to tell this person is, you have to know what value you have inside of you without another person. You have to know that without any external validation. And a lot of men don't know what that looks like. They don't know, outside of somebody patting them on the head and giving them a cookie, they don't want to do good things. You see what I'm saying? So if there's no reward, if there's no end game, I think Abby said it yesterday, if there's no end game, if there's no reward, if there's not something they can get out of it, men don't want to work on themselves. They're not just going to work on themselves just to work on themselves. So if I could leave anything with anybody, it would be work on you for you.
Yeah.
Because that's going to spill over into a partnership.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to spill over into your work. It's going to spill over into all the other things that you try to do in life. But if you're only doing it when somebody's looking, or you're only doing it to get a reward, you're not always going to get a cookie.
Mm-hmm.
You're not always going to get a thank you. So yeah, being a woman is a thankless job, and we as women know that. But men want praise.
Yep. Men need to be recognized for every fucking little thing we do. And that ultimately hurts us because, like you said, we don't have that like internal drive to want to be the best best representative of ourselves. It's always like we're looking for something in that, like that's out there to validate us, right? Whether it be other men or women or whatever, or money or whatever, as opposed to it just being like, hey, I just want to be the best person I could be. You know what I mean? Like, we just got to get to that. Like, yeah, just try to be the best person you could be. Let's work on that. Celestial, what's good?
Damn. Hey, panel. How are y'all today?
Good.
Good. In reference to the topic, reading it again just to put it in my brain. Why does masculinity tell men to never follow women? How is that toxic? It's toxic, at least in my view, because it's contradictory to what men actually want. A lot of times, what men want is contradictory in itself, because they want to be seen as one thing, but on the back end, they're asking women for another. Like a clear example of that is when you hear men touting that they're the protectors and the providers and everything, but yet you see so many men who are saying they're not going to risk their lives for anyone, or they'll like I remember that case in Chicago where there was a subway train full of people and a woman was assaulted. Nobody stepped in, that kind of thing, And it's like it was there were men that were on that train. Nobody stepped in to assist that woman, and she was assaulted with a train full of people. Yeah. So saying that you're the protectors and the providers, but on the back end, you're not. So that in itself is toxic. But also, I wanted to make a comment about Debo, because I find it funny how brothers will be up here and they'll say, well, I got my children because they mama wasn't ish and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, well, what made her ish, dude? I mean, is she not ish because she's not doing what you wanted her to do? Or is she ish because now the responsibility that you were trying to roll over onto her to take care of your children is now yours? Because I'm sorry, he didn't sound like he was rolling with a full dick.
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to it. I wish he was up here so we can answer it.
But that's all I wanted to say, Plug. I'm going to get back to my duties here, but I just thought I would come up and say hello and say that.
Appreciate you. Thanks for coming up.
Have a good day.
You too. Next time, I don't think I'll be back there later tonight. Okay, cool. Go ahead, Brad Man. Oh, yeah, go ahead, Brad Man. You good. All right, go ahead, Lux.
I just came because, speaking of toxic, it's not too much fun. Let me get it out before you start laughing.
All right, I'm gonna try not to. Go ahead.
It's 471 people in here. Speaking of toxic, I just think it's slightly toxic how it's only 189,000 likes in here. It's just, I think that's nasty work personally, since we're going to talk about toxic. And speaking of traits of toxic, I think a trait of someone who isn't toxic is that someone
who has the trait of tapping the street constantly. I think when we get to likes like 400, 500,000, I think that's when you know, like, there's no toxic people in the comment section. So I just think that maybe if we all like take those traits and try to, you know, just exhibited them ourselves, I think that as a collective, we wouldn't be toxic no more. So I think that as a collective, I should give the homework that we all just tap the screens. And maybe then as a collective, we will no longer be toxic. I don't know, Pup, do you think that's a good idea?
I think that's a good idea. I was going to say, I appreciate y'all for tapping now. Definitely. And definitely gift the panel. Make sure you gift the host.
Manipulating y'all. I'm screaming.
Yeah, she definitely gaslighting the fuck out of y'all, but I'm down for it.
They're in the comments acting like men.
In the comments crashing out, getting defensive. Talking about I've been tapping this whole time. Cap, nigga, you ain't been tapping this whole time.
Liars, you could call me Bub. I just came to crash out in the comments a little bit.
You know, get it goddamn well. Yeah, definitely gift the panel, like the live up, all those things. And definitely bang the cash app, man. $1 a do. I appreciate y'all on the YouTubes, man. We got 300 people over there. Got about 470 people over here. So we doing it. Go ahead, Brad man. If you bite, say what you need to say, family. Brad man, he done fell off the map. All right, go ahead. I don't know who wanted to go. If Nani wanted to say something or BPG or whatever, y'all can go.
Yeah, so it was when that other guy was on, the one that just like wouldn't let anybody speak.
Which one? Which one?
The one who was yelling about who's gonna follow women if they lead.
No, Debo. Okay. All right.
Yeah. No, not Debo.
No. She talking about New Jack Reloaded. Yeah.
New Jack. Yeah, him. Yeah, y'all are right. I was right. But basically, when I know he doesn't like black women, because his last comment was like, there's a bunch of like ghetto niggas talking or some shit like that.
Yep.
But the other thing I wanted to also say is that the pride of men, specifically, again, I go back to people who say that like they're the leaders and protectors. They don't have the ability to recognize when things that they think exist in their head doesn't actually correlate in reality, right? Because in reality, they're often asking women what they're supposed to do, right? How do I do this? How should I do this? Okay, but where does this go? How am I supposed to do that, right? They participate in asking and requiring leadership of women. However, because they are men, they're never going to count it as leadership. And I find that to be very prideful. And I find that to be one of like the hallmarks of recognizing very toxic men. It's like you just exist in this gaslighting mode where you don't, I don't even know how to say it. It's really stressful to recognize, right? And I do think at the end of the day, part of it is because, I brought it up before, there is this sociologist. It was 1907. His name is Isaac Thomas, I believe. And so basically he was talking, there's a book called Sex and Society. And he was talking about how as women grow in independence and how as women recognize themselves, men are eventually going to lose their place in society because the elements that they told women defined them as women had nothing to do with biology, but everything to do to the response of economics, right? And so I think men create these weird, pseudoscience things of like, I can never listen to a woman. I am the leader of the household. I am, puff my chest, caveman go raw. Because they never really want to live in that society where they have to recognize that the person that they're existing with, like, they are reliant on them. And I think that that's part of like the big problem, and it's very tiresome.
That sounds about right to me. I'm gonna play this one more time. There's a lot of people in here. I just want to make sure everybody gets a chance to hear. This is what made me make this prop right here. This your boy Nick Cannon.
20s still, you know what I mean, to the biggest star in the world. My trajectory was here, and then hers, she's already in a different stratosphere. I would lay up at night thinking like, is this who I am? Am I Mariah's man?
Yeah.
Is that what my life is supposed to be? There's nothing wrong with it, but I'm like, this ain't,
you had to be a
the
different version
hustler.
of yourself.
And then when you have children, your man shit is like, wait, I'm carrying a purse, the diaper bag, and I'm standing on the corner. I'm like, wait, you know, like, she rocking being all the alpha that
Well, by the way, she deserves it. By the way,
I believe she needs a dude like that.
Yeah.
I'm just not that dude. Her and I never had problems.
Yeah.
Never argued, never, even with me struggling in this space.
Yeah.
She's so understanding and so.
How dare Mr. Mariah Carey come out here and say he not that dude? Nigga, you are definitely that dude. You fumbled the bag, dummy.
Evolved and lives in her own world. That's the thing. When someone has their own world and you got to be a participant in that, you know what I mean? Like I'm main character. It was like muscle atrophy. I'm not being the dude that God put me on this earth to be. The love.
What did he say?
It was like muscle. Like I'm own world, and she's so understanding and so evolved and lives in her own world. That's the thing. When someone has their own world and you got to be a participant in that, you know what I mean? Like I'm main character. It was like,
isn't that what women do all the time with men? Do men not live in our own world, and women just and children just like have to like participate in our like? Isn't that how we get down? But that's what made me ask that. So like when a woman is leading, right? When a woman is leading, all of a sudden it's I just can't see that being no, not me. But the funny thing is that when I've said this before, this is a realization I've come to. This is not something that I've thought my whole life. I don't want to act like, but I've come to the conclusion that if you can't be in an egalitarian relationship with the woman as a man, like if you just can't seem to match her output, right? Because you don't have the fortitude, you weren't raised right, whatever it is, right? Then the least men can do is be a great supporting, cast member, right? Be fucking Scottie Pippen to her Michael Jordan. Be her Shaq to her to your be Shaq to Kobe. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever you want to say. I'm a Kobe nigga. But yeah, whatever you want to say. Be that, right? Like, be that. If you can't match her output, be a great teammate. But it's like, why men don't even want to do that? Because you can't, like, to the point, because masculinity teaches men, if it ain't us, if we're not the main character, then we got to leave the situation. Even if by leaving that situation, you're going to end up in a worse situation. You know what I'm saying? Like, the way that I look at this is almost, it's the equivalent of kicking your kid out when they 18, right? Or even a kid wanting to leave the house when they're 18. Like, there is no way possible that my 18-year-old son will be able to live a better life on his own than he would be able to live with me and my wife. It's just impossible. Unless that nigga got some deals lined up, unless he, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's impossible. He can't do it. So why would you want to leave just so you could be by yourself, so you could be now? If I get it, if I'm abusive or if my wife is abusive, then leave. But I'm saying, if that's not the case, if all you got to do is just live underneath the roof and not, fuck everything up, because that's pretty much all the rules I would have for my taste. Like, I'm not on that. Like, you gonna have to, if you're under my roof, you either got to go to school or get a job. Like, I'm not even on that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not gonna make long as you ain't up in this piece fucking everything up, you good. You're good. I got you. I'm gonna hold you. I'm gonna make sure you good. You know what I'm saying? I don't like, it seemed like that was a setup with him and Mariah, and this motherfucker was like, nah, let me go out and go move into this 1-bedroom apartment in the shittiest part of town. Like, y'all motherfuckers want to be goddamn, y'all want to be, what's his name? Oh my God. Eddie Murphy from goddamn, what's the movie? Coming to America. Y'all want to be Eddie. You know what I'm saying? I want to be Simi. I'm not trying to live in no fucking beat down apartment to make a point. We got money. What are we doing? Let's stay at the Waldorf. Like, what are we doing here? This shit is nuts. You want to live in an apartment just so you could trick some woman or so you could prove something to your daddy? That's dumb. That don't make no sense. We got paper, baby. What is we doing? What are y'all doing here? Like, this shit don't add up.
This is how you know that when men be trying to sell that lie, like, hey, if I'm good, my wife good. No. Don't tell me that trying to convince me that I don't need to get my own. That's absolute BS, because he's not seeing that as an accomplishment for them. He's seeing that as an accomplishment for him. Because if he saw, first of all, how do you wrap your mind around marrying Mariah Carey and then being upset that when you married her, she's Mariah Carey? How do you?
What did he think was gonna happen? You know what I think, BPG? He thought he was gonna sabotage her.
Oh, for sure.
And he didn't, and he couldn't, because she fucking Mariah Carey.
Like his forefathers before him, he thought what he was going to do was he was gonna marry her, he was gonna get her pregnant, and he was gonna ruin her life, like he has done. And you know it's true because he's done it with many other women. You know it's true because the moment that he wasn't with her anymore, he found some women whose lives he could destroy. Because let's not forget, when Nick Cannon talks about whether or not he's taking care of the women who have his children, he always mentions that he's not pampering these women. Like he's not paying all their bills. He's not making sure that they, they don't want for anything. The women who have his children still work. They still have to figure out how to feed their kids on their own, aside from him. And then, he may come in on the back end, but he doesn't have to be active with those kids all the time. So he's already proven that the point that he was trying to make by being with her was that he wanted to diminish her legacy. He wanted to be able to destroy what she built by getting her pregnant and by her being with him. And then he could be the man that, that took down, the mighty dynasty that is Mariah Carey. What ended up happening is that not only, and this is the weird part about men, not only did she not crumble, but she actually brought him up. And that probably bothered him more than him actually setting out to destroy her, because now people are still saying, just like you just said 5 minutes ago, Mr. Mariah Carey, people are still attributing his success to her. And
he gonna die, Miss Mariah Carey, to me.
Sure. And I feel like we should intentionally call him that. Like now, just for case together, we should call him that. But he can't. Men cannot live in a space where it's a woman's world. Like that is terrifying, because they know what they do with money and power and access. So when a woman has that, that's such a disgusting place to live in, where you got the idea of a world where you got to listen to everything she do, where every time you open up a history book or you turn on your TV, there goes that woman. Every time that every time you have success that is credited to her. When they have to live in a woman's world, it terrifies them. So they would rather just continue locking women out of the opportunity to be able to be what they have been.
Facts. Miss Truth Teller said, do men not realize how weak this mentality makes them look? They don't give a fuck, Miss Truth Teller. That's the problem. To Nigel said, being married to Mariah is better than being Nick Cannot. She called that nigga Nick Cannot. God damn, hold on, man.
Hey, muscle atrophy. I'm not being the dude that God put me on this earth to be. The love kept me there. Even, made it work so well, because I was like, oh, you need somebody.
Cut your motherfucking hair off, Nick Cannon. That shit look goofy.
You need a support system. You need somebody that don't want you for your money. You need somebody that's sincere. You need somebody that's willing to build a family and raise some, amazing kids together. And that was my goal. But then there was just something constantly in me like,
so your goal is to get this woman pregnant and have some kids with her? Bet.
I got it.
The man.
Yeah.
Look at his face. Fucking demon. Wow. Demon in the face. Y'all should have saw his face. Oh my God, bro. These niggas is crazy. What up, Brad, man? Go ahead, brother.
Yo, all I'm gonna say is I hope we're not. I got it on the tail end of this, so I'm trying to understand where you're coming from with the prompt, and I hope we're not using Nick Cannon as a prototype for masculinity. Please tell me that's not what we're doing.
Nick Cannon is a prototype for masculinity. Insecure, abusive, destructive, inconsiderate, unintelligent.
But how are those attributes? So those attributes, you're saying that those attributes are masculine attributes?
Those are common.
I don't consider them masculine at all.
Those are common. Those are things commonly found in men.
Okay, that's true, but
that's what masculinity is, sir.
Okay, I understand it's a characteristic. These are characteristics of what you attribute to men. But what I'm saying is what I'm saying is that because those are attributes that are found in men, generally speaking, does that mean that the minority then, those who don't consider those things as masculine attributes, are those men not masculine?
No, that's not okay. So masculinity, by definition, are traits commonly found in men.
In men.
Okay.
Correct.
So if you and I can agree that those traits I just described are commonly found in men, meaning most men, then it doesn't matter what the minority thinks about masculinity, right? If you are not those things, then you are not masculine. That's what I tell men all the time. Men be fighting against femininity all the time, but everything you can think about when it comes to femininity, if you're honest, is fucking positive. Name it. You name the trait. You name the thing that you think men like. Name this is what I'm gonna do this for you. Name a positive characteristic that can be commonly found in men.
That can be commonly found in men. Assertiveness.
That's not a positive trait. And I'm gonna be honest, and the reason why is because being assertive doesn't mean it doesn't automatically mean it's a good thing. Like, here's what I'm saying: is nurturing a good or a bad thing without any other caveats?
It's a good thing.
Okay. Is being assertive a good or a bad thing without any other caveats?
I would say it is a good thing.
No, it's not. In and of itself, it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing or a bad thing. It's neutral at best. Because what if you're too assertive? You see what I'm saying? Like being assertive. What if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about? You know what I mean? Like being assertive is not, you know what I mean? Like it's not a good thing. It's not a standalone good thing. It's being assertive when you need to be assertive is a good thing. Being assertive when you need to shut the fuck up is a bad thing, right? And most men, yes, most men are assertive without any knowledge, without any backing, without any justification for their assertiveness. They're just assertive because men are told, this is yours. It's yours for the taking. Go get it, right? And then it's like, but wait, you don't even know what the fuck you're doing once you get it. Exactly. Perfect example. Marv said, Trump is assertive as fuck. Exactly. Being assertive is not a good thing in and of itself. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, right?
Trump is assertive?
Trump is extremely assertive. So assertive, he says he grabs them by the vaginas. That's how assertive he is. That's assertiveness, by the way. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so that's aggression. I don't.
Being assertive is synonymous with being aggressive.
No. Actually, no. It's the opposite. Assertive is something that is without being aggressive.
We gonna look that up.
In my experience, when women are assertive, men call that aggressive, and they call that a bad thing. When a woman speaks her mind or steps out on something, which usually is rooted in good faith, men think of that as a bad thing. So how are you saying that assertiveness is a positive thing when most men hate that about women?
Yes, I just want to clarify, assertiveness means having or showing confidence and forceful personality. So you're going to require elements of aggression in order to implement forceful personality. So I think
wait, hold on, wait, Brad, man. A synonym for assertive is aggressive, fierce, in your face, self-asserting, ambitious, go-getting, militant.
Assertiveness is the quality of being self-assured and confident without being aggressive.
That's not the definition. I'm literally looking at Webster.
I'm reading
okay.
it. I'm reading it.
I'm on Webster's dictionary definition, just so we're clear. And it says a synonym for assertiveness is aggressive. That is what assertiveness is. It is to be aggressive. That's what I'm saying. And if you read the synonyms, most of them are not positive. They're not standalone. Aggressive, not positive. In your face, not positive. Self-asserting, not positive. Pushy, not positive. Like assertive is just, there are good and bad. There are good things too. Ambitious could be good. Ambition also typically leads to people's demise. Enterprising, pretty good. Militant, not that good in most cases, but it could be good, right? Fierce could be good. All of it, at best, even the good things could be good, but the majority of it is negative, right? The majority of it is negative. That's just the reality. Ali says, I knew he was toxic when he made Gigolo. Talking about that boy. Instead of playing with slime from Nickelodeon. Oh, that's what she said. He had to prove to the world he was having sex. Nobody believed Nick Cannon could get sex. You're right. Instead of playing with slime from Nickelodeon. So yeah, being assertive is not a positive thing in and of itself.
So you're reading from so I typically use Cambridge as my source for definitions.
Yeah.
And according to what I'm reading, what I read to you earlier, it's literally without being aggressive.
Yeah.
But I hear what you're saying, because it's on a dictionary website. You can use that.
How most people think about being assertive will be to be aggressive. That's my point.
Okay.
Most people consider assertiveness to be aggressive in nature. That's all I'm saying. They were very assertive.
And that's understandable.
They were aggressive.
And that's understandable.
Yeah.
But again, to my definition and to what I'm reading here,
I'm on the Cambridge site as well, and some of the synonyms right here, it says brash and cocky.
Even worse. Even worse.
From like the Cambridge.org, and I'm reading like the definitions of like, so it says like a phase to be sure of yourself can be used when someone is being confident. However, even within that confidence is someone that is can be someone who's unpleasant or in a rude way. So you could say that they're being brash or formally cocky.
Exactly.
So I'm reading all the synonyms I'm seeing here. Maybe I don't know. Maybe we're looking at something different.
Yeah, but I just want to get back to the point though. I got you. I don't want to argue too much on the semantics, because I'm just saying that assertiveness and being assertive isn't a standalone good thing, right? It's not. It could be, right? Like I want my child to be assertive at times.
So
I do.
I'm gonna err on the side that it could be.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah. Okay. So, but to what's the word I'm thinking? Nurturing. It's not comparable. They're not even on the same level. So can you name something that's comparable to nurturing that can be attributed to men?
That's comparable to nurturing leadership.
Men are not leaders. We're not good leaders either.
Wait, well, hold on. You asked for what is commonly attributed to masculinity.
Yeah.
And again, if we're going by definitions, what's commonly attributed to masculinity
to being a leader are men. Most leaders are men, but most leadership isn't good. That's my point. So once again, leadership isn't a good quality.
Leadership in of itself is a good quality.
No, it's not.
Hold on a second.
It's really not.
Okay, hold on, Bob. Hold on. Leadership, this is my opinion here, right? Leadership in of itself, in my opinion, is a good quality. What you're talking about is bad leaders. Just as you said, masculinity is toxic. I'm saying there's toxic people.
Yeah, I will say that most men who are leaders are actually bad leaders. The majority of men in leadership, definitely in like the most visible roles of leadership.
What do you mean by leaders, though?
Whatever. Companies, teams, systems.
I'm not talking about CEOs and stupid shit like that. I'm not talking about that.
Then what are you talking about? Where else are men leaders?
I'm talking about leadership in terms of displaying characteristics.
So but where else are men leaders?
Hold on. Leadership I'm talking about is about displaying characteristics that are progressive for society, such as integrity, such as and again, that's why we're differing here, because I'm saying I'm not talking about a CEO. I'm talking about someone who's a leader in society.
Men are not. Is the word BBG or Nani? Is the word integrous? Was that the word? Men aren't integrous, right? Is that the word I'm thinking of? I think that's the right word.
I have no idea what word that is.
Yeah, I think I'm saying like they lack integrity.
They lack integrity.
Yeah, I think it's in. They're not. They're yeah. I think it's in. Yeah, exactly. I think that's the word, right? Men are not integrous, right? Generally speaking. So saying that men are leaders, if you're not talking about if you're not talking about CEOs and presidents, right? Like the most visible leaders, are you talking about day-to-day leadership? Men aren't the leaders day-to-day. That's what I'm saying. That would be women. And clinically speaking, when they started to study the brain, it is theorized that women are actually better suited to be leaders because of their brains, right? And then women prove to me every day that they actually are better leaders than men. Daily, they prove that they're better leaders than men. Okay. Integral. Okay, it's integral. Yeah, women prove every day that they actually are better leaders. Integral, not the right word. No,
it's not.
It's integrous. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like, so when you say men, like men are, you're right, and I'm not arguing that at all. Men, something that you can attribute to masculinity is leadership, no doubt about it. Because men we lead our society, right? Like we are the ones who have led society thus far, and look at where we've led it to. Right? I live 2 minutes away from a homeless camp, right? I live there, you know what I mean? There are people getting unalived on my in my neighborhood. There is wealth inequality, there's hunger, there's abuse is rampant, right? And we can fix it, and we just go because men are the leaders. If men weren't the leaders, if women were the leaders, it would be fixed. It wouldn't be a problem. It would never even gotten to this point if women were leaders. So men are actually terrible leaders. We are proven to be terrible leaders. We don't lead our families, so we don't lead the most in interpersonal relationships. We're not the leaders when we have a woman, we defer to the woman the vast majority of the time. So where the fuck is all this leadership coming from men? If we're not talking about you said the stupid shit, like the big stuff that actually drives our society, right? Politicians and business. If we're not talking about that, you want to talk about interpersonally, men definitely aren't leaders. Without a doubt. We don't want to lead nobody nowhere. We follow everybody. We're followers by nature. We're followers, if that's the case. So
by what you're saying, you don't know of any male good leaders.
Nope, that's not what I said. Because I'm talking about men in general.
So right, exactly, and I understand your point of view. What I'm saying is, what I consider leadership is what I've seen in men that are good leaders, and those weren't CEOs or politicians, because I believe all politicians, most of them are crooked.
What were they leading? Where?
So an example of someone who I would consider a good leader would be Malcolm X.
How many Malcolm X's are there?
Again, I'm not saying that this is attributed to the general population. What I'm saying is that's what I consider a good leader.
But that wouldn't be something that would be attributed to men because Malcolm X is rare. That's the point. Malcolm X was very rare. And I'll be honest with you. I love Malcolm X. I love me some Malcolm X. But Malcolm X excluded women a lot. He really wasn't that great of a leader by my standards today as a 42-year-old man. I think he was awesome. I agree with a bunch of his shit. I think that his heart was in the right place. But I also think that he was very dismissive of women in general. And I know he said stuff like, oh, the woman is the da-da-da-da-da, but how did that actually manifest itself? Where did you actually see that at in his organizations? You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Right? That's all I'm saying. Like, I heard what he said. He said some stuff, but he also did some other shit. Somebody said he was divisive. He was divisive in so many ways. He was misogynistic, extremely, right? You can't help it but to be, if you're in MLK, also very misogynist. That's what I'm saying. So even the best representation you have of leadership, Both of those men, extremely misogynistic. Extremely misogynistic, both of them. So were they really great leaders? Were they powerful? Were they dynamic? Were they, you know what I mean? Like, yes. What do I think that Malcolm eventually would have gotten to a place where he wasn't so misogynistic and he started to include women? I do. I truly do.
Okay. Okay. So that's a fair point as well. I don't think the misogyny that you're talking about was driven mainly by his own. I think he was. If you follow his story, you'll see that there was a journey to him finding himself, and I think he was, like you said, he was getting to that point where it would have become more inclusive. So I don't. I mean,
I do. He was becoming more inclusive. That's what I'm saying. I'm giving him
to Mecca, and he came back.
Trust me,
right?
I know
that he changed his viewpoints, and there was more inclusivity in that.
Yeah.
And I think that's the Malcolm I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
So obviously we know that
he wasn't there yet, though. But yeah, he was
exactly.
getting there.
No, you're right. I'm not denying that. I agreed with you.
Come on, y'all. Hold on, y'all.
I'm making his.
Hold on. Come on, y'all. One of MLK side women pew them is crazy. Come on now, y'all. Y'all wilding a little bit. Come on. I love. Hey man, I love Martin and Malcolm. Them my guys.
I don't look up to MLK as much as I do Malcolm. So
I respect both of them. I'm not about to sit here and
respect both of them too.
And disparage either one of those men.
I put Malcolm in a different tier strategy.
But that's because multiple things are happening. Because we can be clear on something. Every time a man says I'm either Malcolm or Martin, I'm either Big or Pac, like all of these different things, you know what it is they're saying. You know exactly, because people think that Malcolm's upfront radicalness, they always picture him in the window with the pew looking out the window. Like that's why he represents a more stoic type of masculinity that men want to ascribe to, and Malcolm is supposed to be more passive, which is attributes that are usually they're usually signed to.
Yeah, MLK. You said Malcolm. Mm-hmm.
No, I'm sorry. MLK. They think that he's more passive. They think that he's more, he's more feminine. They think that his softer tone or his approach was softer in the way that, a woman would be because of the fact that he was, attacked.
You can't say that about MLK.
I don't.
You can't say that about MLK. MLK punched me in my chest.
I'm not going to address that, but but this is like this really is usually why, because people look at them as sort of almost polar opposites within the movement, but even no matter what, they are still men, no matter what. And that's what I meant by living in a world that consistently revolves around men. Like, no matter what, you can choose between which one is more aggressive and which one is more passive. You can choose between which one that you like, which, may or may not be the type of man that you would want to be. But all of that will always be underneath the fact that they both were for sure misogynists. Like, there's if you can't be in the NOI and not be. Like,
you can't. It's impossible. It's impossible. That's what I'm saying.
It's not. There's no argument there, and it's the same thing with the civil rights movement. Like, there's still a level of, and I've listened to a whole lot of Malcolm's debates.
Me too. I think I listened to all of them. BPG. One of my favorite ones was the one at UCLA.
For sure.
That was one of my favorite ones. But if you listen to the end when the students was asking him questions, I was like, see. This is why, like, thinking about Malcolm when I was a kid, I was like, oh, he can't do no wrong. But then I think about it, I'm like, what if I was like 35 and I heard him say that shit? I'd be like, I mean.
With an enlightened mind about women being human beings, you start to hear things.
Yeah.
Even Baldwin went through that.
Yep.
If you listen to, most people only watch that clip, but you gotta go back and watch that
with Nikki Giovanni. The whole interview was crazy. I watched it last month, maybe like 3 weeks ago. I watched it. It was crazy.
Golden. It was absolute gold when you listen to them having that exchange. But the way that she's able to articulate to him, like, yes, I understand your plight as a black man and what it is you're facing and what you're going through. However, You're telling me that you can't extend that to me. You're telling me that the grace that you have when you go out into a white supremacist world cannot be extended to me. Yep. That is what women are constantly going through. Women are constantly going through. Nick Cannon can be a great man aside from the fact that he played in Mariah Carey's face, one of the greatest singers of our time, literally. And Whitney said this, like, he can play in the face of a very great woman. And y'all know that it don't extend the same way, because if you ask somebody what Jada's track record is, what they gonna say?
Low Down Dirty Shame.
All right. If you ask,
that's my favorite Jada movie. I don't give a fuck what y'all say. That's my shit.
If you ask them to separate the art from the artist, they're gonna talk about R. Kelly before they talk about Jada. Jada been working in the business since before some of us was even born. And they gonna be talking about, well, you know, on the red table, well, you know, the slap that she did not, you know, she didn't do. Her man did, but you can't, as a woman, you can't live beyond, oh yes, I'm a great woman, except, you know, I cheated on a few husbands or I lied to a few men. That's the difference between what happens when it comes to men and women. So I wanted to point that little part out, because y'all make it real exhausting.
Hold on, wait. I gotta address this. Sway said, are we talking about Mariah Carey? She said she is not the greatest in any black home, but she sure can carry a note.
What?
Mariah is top 3. What the fuck? What is we talking about? And Mariah is black, by the way. What is we? This is.
Let me ask a question.
This is crazy. I can't. Hold on, my heart can't take all of this. Y'all tripping.
And you know Mariah Black, if you ever listen to her in interviews, and somebody asked her about Jennifer Lopez, and every single time, every interview,
who is that?
The 90s.
Who is that?
She said, who is that? If you ain't never knew Mariah was black, you know that she's black then. Ask her about Jennifer Lopez.
Hey, Mariah she took the diva mantle. She snatched that shit straight from Patty.
For real. She has a single that goes platinum every single year. Who else can sing it?
Oh man, y'all tripping. Mariah is that one. She one of them ones. I got Whitney number 1 personally, but Mariah, I got Mariah number 2. I don't know. Hey, she up there.
Where you got Anita Baker at?
Singing? Yeah. Or as an artist?
Singing.
Top 20? Singing?
20.
Yeah, Anita Baker ain't a top 10 singer. Singer? Like vocally. Anita Baker, hard as fuck. Musically, she tight as fuck. There's other women that can sing better than her, though. Definitely.
Okay. So the question I was going to ask was, what are your thoughts on Malcolm's relationship with his family, with his wife especially?
You said what?
The question I was going to ask you was, what are your thoughts on Malcolm's relationship with his wife, based on what you've read and everything else?
I don't know how are we getting. I don't know. I've always thought that they had a respectful relationship. I don't know. I've never read anything that he was abusing her. I never, you know what I mean? Like, as far as I know, he also, a big reason why he left the NOI was because of
his wife.
No, it's because he caught them girls. He caught Elijah Muhammad with them little girls, and he was like, I'm out.
Right. No, you're correct. But what I'm saying is his wife was the driving force behind him making the final decision to leave, though.
I'm sure. He's married, of course. What the fuck? That's not saying much. Like, my wife is always going to be like my wife is always going to be an integral part to my.
For you, but would you say that that's true for most men?
Yes.
Because we're that they're white, that they're going to listen to their wife. Isn't the prompt about
they're going to listen to their wives, or else a lot of men don't listen to their wives and they get divorced, and a lot of men. Even they don't listen.
But we're talking about a lot of men. You're
no, I'm saying, listen to what I'm saying. You're talking about major life decisions, right? Major life decisions, right? I'm not talking about, like, most men don't listen to their wives about, like, cooking, cleaning, participating in the home, which adds up to, like, these, like, major issues. But he, like, when he's talking about, like, I'm gonna go work this job, or I'm gonna work that job, or whatever, like, definitely he listening to his wife. He's taking his wife in her opinions, like, they weigh heavily on his decision.
You're saying a lot of men do that?
I think most men do that when it comes to those types of decisions. Where you gonna live? How, you know what I mean? All that. Yeah, definitely. I think the women are fucking like driving that most of the time.
So then, if that's the case, then how do we have the prompt saying, "Why does masculinity tell him not to follow no woman"?
Because most men don't listen to women when women tell them to do all types of little shit that ain't like where to work and da 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 da. Even bigger stuff like you should go to school and get an education, right? And then men go, "No, I don't need to go back to school." Women go, "Hey, we're having problems in our relationship. You should read this book. I read this book. I got you, Nani. I read this book, and this book has given me all of these tools to help me unpack a lot of the shit that's happening with me in our relationship. Maybe it could help you. You should read this book. We need to focus on our relationship." And they go, "Oh, I don't need to read the book." They read 3 pages and don't finish. Like, that's what men are doing. And then they don't work on the relationship. And then women are like, "Yo, I'm gonna check out." And then they check out. Then they leave. It ain't always, I don't think most of the time people are leaving because of like one thing. Like, I just heard this story on this woman told this story. It was a hilarious story. She said that her friend got divorced from her husband. And the straw that broke the camel's back was she asked her husband repeatedly to get flowers for a dinner she was throwing for his mother, for her mother-in-law. And she wanted him to bring flowers home, right? That was all he had to do, was bring flowers home. She planned the whole thing. She cooked, she cleaned, she did all the labor. All she wanted him to do was bring the flowers home. Long story short, he gets home, he doesn't have the flowers. She's like, "I told you to bring the flowers." She's like, "You got to go out and get the flowers." He goes, "Okay." He finally leaves the house. He comes home with 2 things of flour, right? Like the cooking, whatever, the food. Brings it back. She's obviously livid, but she doesn't, show it. And she gets through the dinner, whatever. Long story short, and then she says, "I want a divorce" at the end. That was a straw that broke the camel's back. It was a lot of shit that led up to that. That wasn't some catastrophic event, right? Like, it wasn't like he cheated on her. He didn't put her head through a window pane. You know what I'm saying? He didn't hold her head to the window like dumbass Corey Holcomb said to do to a woman. All he did in that instance was not listen to the one thing she asked, right? And she left him. That's what men always act like. That's why men always get caught up in this, "I don't cheat, I don't beat," right? "I don't cheat, I don't beat. I'm a good man" type shit. And I'm like, but you don't listen to her either. When she tells you to put the food in the refrigerator, you put the whole pot in the refrigerator. When she asks you, this is what happened to me. My wife asked me to go to the store. No, she asked me to go to the store. I was going to the store. She asked me to get her some candy. I didn't, when I got to the store, I didn't know what candy she wanted, but I didn't call her. I got her the candy I thought she wanted, got home, and she was like, "This is not the right candy," or whatever the case may be. And I was like, "What are you talking about? You told me to get you candy. I got you candy, blah, 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 blah." And then she was like, "But if you didn't know, why didn't you call me?" Fair. You're right. She's right. She was right. I should have called her. See what I'm saying? But men will die with that shit. They'll be like, "Oh, what do you mean? Oh, that's your fault. You got to communicate. Oh, I'm not a mind reader." You're right. You're not a mind reader. So once I got to the store, I should have fucking called her because I'm not a mind reader. I could have just asked her, "Hey, what candy do you want?" And I could have put her on the phone shit. What's the shit called? The camera. The FaceTime. I could have FaceTimed her. "Hey, look at this." You know I'm old, Nani. Go ahead, Nani.
Thank you for letting me speak.
Mm-hmm.
I think the main issue that I see with men is that men were already conditioned to be subservient. However, they conflate subservience with like being in a position of leadership because that's what they're told by each other. And so they hold on to their ego, which makes it very hard for them to recognize when a woman is in the right in any situation. I think it's interesting when we brought up the list of really great, quote unquote, male, like men who are leaders, right? It's a similar conversation that was happening on Twitter because people brought up Gaddafi. There's different. Don't get me started.
Hey, hold on. Hey, Gaddafi was one of them ones. He had a lot of good shit, but that nigga was terrible in so many ways.
He was a villain.
He was a villain, but he said some cool. He had some cool ideas.
He did some cool stuff too.
He did.
He did. However, one of the main things with, and I recognized it when it came to men because I recognized it in the comments. So the Amazonian like women that he used as like protectors and stuff like that, right? He also assaulted them multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
He also went out of his way to grape these women.
Yep.
And so when somebody brought this up in the comments, one of the guys said was, Okay, yeah, but he still did a lot of great things.
Nah, fuck that.
And I feel like
one thing cancels out the other one. I don't know how many times we got to tell y'all that. If you hold on, I gotta say something real quick, Donnie. If Gaddafi saved Africa, but he raped just one woman, he's a terrible man. I'm sorry. If he just all he had to do was rape one woman, I don't care if he saved all Africa. He's a terrible man. He's no to me, he's a rapist.
Exactly. And that's one of the things that I see, because we can see similarities, even if we're talking about the civil rights movement here in the United States, right? One of the cases, I think it was like the SNCC. Basically, it was a collection of, like, it was young women basically come to the front, like, yeah, like, we're getting paid less, that we're advocating for these things, but our women are getting assaulted. Right? And so it's this idea that, like, when men talk about leadership and bettering society and all these other things, but it's like, if you're doing it, but the vision that you have doesn't alleviate the pain or the rape or the assault of the women in your community,
you ain't doing shit. You ain't doing shit. You gotta go to the lowest. You gotta go to the most oppressed. If you're not uplifting the most oppressed, you're not doing it. You ain't doing much. You know what I'm saying? It's like, hey, you know, I look at it. It's like squeezing the toothpaste bottle. You know what I'm saying? Y'all motherfuckers want to start squeezing from the middle. And that's why I be wanting to punch the shit out of y'all. Because I can't stand you motherfuckers. Squeeze the bottle from the bottom. Roll that motherfucker up, actually, as you go. That's how you really supposed to push that shit out. Y'all not using enough toothpaste anyway. Just roll that motherfucker from the bottom. That's how you supposed to do it. Y'all be wanting to squeeze the shit from the middle or from the... No. That's how we do it. We always want to start like black men want to start with black men. No. Why we not starting with black children? How we not starting with black LGBTQIA? How we not starting with black women? How y'all starting at black men? Don't make no fucking sense. Then you got to fight the fight 7 times. Just fight it one time. If you fight it for black children and fight it for black women and black LGBT, everybody getting it. We all eating, B. If you do it for black men, you still got to do it for black women. You still got to do it for black children. You got to fight the fight like 9 times.
That's the issue with the idea of it's a man's world, because for most men, good leadership is when, like, men center other men, right? And so the gripe and stuff that women are talking about isn't of their concern, because it's all supposed to just fall into place. That's why their idea of a fixed society is a society where women are working in the kitchen and a guy is a provider protector, and this idea that they themselves cannot uphold and they couldn't uphold, which is why we're here now, right? And so I think it's very dangerous when you give the quote unquote the people in position of leadership, they're twice removed from Wattpad fantasy writers, right? Like, you're not actually looking at society as a whole and the issues that exist in it. However, this idea of what this utopia would look like if it worked in the way that it did. And in order for women to work in the way that men did, it requires some form of dictatorship. It requires some form of aggression. And they don't recognize how those two things work, which is my issue when it comes to, like, men not recognizing the issue with masculinity.
Facts. Let me read these super chats real quick. Joy says, wow, can help go away. Teresa made a very good point. Leadership isn't a trait. How are we back here? It's not. Tonight just said, either everybody knows I'm abusive, or sorry, quote unquote, either everybody knows I'm abusive or only my close circle knows I'm abusive. Arlette said, Mariah is not black. Mahalia, Nina, Whitney, Sarah, Aretha, Patty, way better, and black. Cap. All of it. Except for Whitney. Except for Whitney. I'll give you Whitney. I'll give you Whitney. That's Capanese, though. But I love it. Thanks for the super chat. We're going to agree to disagree. Go ahead, Shane.
Yeah, I'm tired of debating other people's blackness.
Me too.
What I came up here to say real quick, because I'm about to pick my son up and there's no service over there. Y'all kind of got back to it a little bit before when BPG, I think it was BPG and you, were talking about how women end up leaving over like these little small things that add up. And somebody else was talking about how Nick Cannon didn't want to be a supporting cast member in Mariah's life, but
men ask women to do that all the time, and they think that it's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with it. And they think that like something is wrong with us if we don't want to do it. And the reason they don't understand the reason women don't want to do it is because it's never actually going to be beneficial for her. And it made me think of something, and I'm gonna just give this real quick personal. With my last relationship where we were living together, and he had just like rebuilt the downstairs basement to make like a bar in the basement, all kinds of shit. And, I helped him pick stuff out. We picked out painting, all that, whatever. So I think it was like right after this ended, I had asked him if we could change out the entertainment center so that we could have more open like shelving at the bottom, so that our son could have like toys because y'all know I do the whole Montessori thing. So he could have toys at his level that he can go get when he wants to, because everything was like behind an enclosed shelf. And so he had to depend on me to like pull all his toys out, whatever. Long story short, he said no. He didn't want to change out the entertainment center. He didn't want to have the toys open on the shelf. And it was a very like, this isn't even a conversation kind of no. It was like, we're not even really going to discuss. It was like a super dismissive, like, no, we don't need to do that. And like, that's it. And at the time, I was doing the whole stay-at-home mom thing. I was still consulting and, I had money in my savings. But that very day, I started looking for full-time jobs because I was like, ain't no way in hell. Ain't no way in hell. You just did all of this, and I asked to change out an entertainment center, and you said no? Yep. Like haphazardly, didn't even think about it. And it was like to him, he probably wouldn't even remember this conversation. But for me, what it said to me was, this is my house and you just live here.
That's abusive. And you clocked it early, like, this is just gonna get worse.
I was like, did he just say no to changing out an entertainment center? When he just like, what it showed me is that you could literally gut this house out and do whatever you want to do to it. And I can't make suggestions on different furniture.
Can I ask you a question? How were you able, how do you think you were able to like spot that red flag? Because I think that to you, that was a glaring red flag, but I could see how that wouldn't be such a red flag to somebody else. So I'm trying to figure out like, how were you able to clock that?
That's a good question.
You think it was just natural, just like how you're
I think like for me, it was the logic of it all. Like just in thinking about, because for one, I already felt like, okay, like this, at the end of the day, it's not my house. It's his house that I moved into. So, that's already like looming over me. But like I said, to watch somebody make all these changes and like you help them and they ask you for your suggestions when it comes to the things that they care about and they want to do. But then immediately when you want to do anything, it's like, we don't even need to talk about that. Like to me, it was just obvious. Like you don't care about the things that I care about. You don't care about the things that I want. Like all of this is always just about you.
Damn. Okay.
Can I say one thing too though, because I am glad that she was able to spot that out early, because the thing that stands out the most to me that men don't really even consider is that when you even listening to you tell the story, like the reasoning behind why you wanted to switch the thing out was so that you could make the process easier for you. You were already staying at home. You were already doing the stuff with the baby. You're asking for something, not just because, oh, well, honey, I don't really like that color. I don't really like that. Like you're asking so that you could make it easier for your son. Like you're not even really asking on behalf of yourself. You're asking on behalf of him. And like when you can't have those compromising conversations, a lot of times men do put women in a space where if they're making the money, if they're making the decisions, they will consider what she's saying, but then if they don't want to do it, they will dismiss her, and they don't consider like what that means for her, what that means for the kids. It's just he don't want to do it. He like it the way it is, and that's a very hard space to live in, because you're constantly like, okay, well, this is not mine. I can't really do anything about that because this is his money. When the tables turn, and now it's her opportunity to be able to, and this is why they don't want her educated. They don't want her to have her job or her own money, because if y'all splitting that bill, he ain't got absolutely no choice but to be like, well, I guess I got to hear her out because I need her half of the money to be able to do it. Yep. And it stood out to me that you even said that. Like, that definitely, bravo to you for being able to not have to waste your time after that.
Yeah, a lot of.
Oh yeah, like that. Like I said, that was that. I started like seriously looking for work after that. I found a job in September, and I'm still at that same job. I started working full time again in September. By February of that next year, so what? 5 months later, I had moved out.
And he didn't even know.
He didn't even know what was happening. And it wasn't, obviously, like you said, it wasn't just that one thing or that one conversation, but it's just stuff like that like you have to realize and you have to wake up to, like, this is how this person feels. Like, they never have to say, like, this is my house and you just live in it. But that's what he said.
And if he had, did he ever check in with you? Any of these, like this whole time? Did he ever like get like your temperature or, you know, just try to like see where he stood or where you stood in the relationship?
Yeah, he did, but he didn't listen. Like he would check in and he would, yeah, because I mean it's obvious, but he wouldn't take the feedback. It would become an argument because you're asking me what's going on, you're asking me how I feel, you're asking me why things are off, and I'm telling you, and then you gaslight me about my answer.
Damn. So he was adding insult to injury at that point. Whew, that boy.
So, and to be clear, for anybody that is confused in the comments, yes, it was his child too. It wasn't something I was asking for my son. It's we share it, so we got the same kid. That's how we related.
What does that matter?
No, it doesn't. I'm just saying, like, people were saying, like, that makes it even worse that it's his kid, which it would be worse either way. But it's like, no, it was his kid too. Like,
y'all don't like kids. People really don't like kids, huh? I couldn't. Y'all can ask me to do anything for a kid. I'm doing it. Huh?
But a person who said it wasn't nothing like that. I'm just trying to make it clear for anybody else who might have been thinking it. Like, yep, also his child.
Okay. Because
like
I'm like,
he said, he wasn't the one that was like doing the day-to-day stuff and at home with the kid and playing with the kid and doing the developmental stuff. Like, all of that was left up to me. So if I ask you to do something that I think is going to make all of that easier, I shouldn't have even had to ask, first of all. But it definitely shouldn't have been a no in there anywhere.
All right, where am I at right now? Okay, I cleared that. All right. Yes. All right. Yeah, man. I ain't gonna even hold y'all. We did it, Joe. I love it, man. Hey, we made it to the end of another live. Well, let me see where we at. 4 hours on the dot. 4 hours on the dot. Shout out to the best mods in the business, man. All the old subs, all the new subs, everybody that hit the super chat. It's Carly, Baji Baby, Cosmic Journey, Antoine, Teresa, Nia X, Lucretia, Basketball G, Adrian, Sagittarius Brownlee, Mom, Allie, Mrs. Truth Teller, to Nigel, Joy, Arlette. I appreciate y'all. I really do, man. Shout out to everybody that banged the Cash App, everybody that gifted and tapped, all of that stuff. I appreciate all the comments. The comments was commenting. I was actually reading the comments more today. I don't know why. Don't ask me why. I appreciate you. Definitely. Great live, man. We've been on a good little run recently. Great live. Great live. It was good. I loved it. I loved it. 140. I'm gonna go get me some food. My stomach talking to me. That motherfucker said. Y'all know what time it is, man. I'll see y'all later, YouTubes.